Let's see if Mini Pie knocks over the Megalosaur, or if she's more careful than that. I think it's just by sheer luck she hasn't knocked it over yet. Well, there you go. Mini Pie's not the most careful of cats. She's really not. Just don't knock over the champagne flute, huh, Mini Pie? She's like, oh, you're giving me ideas. At least the cats only fling crumbs on the desk. Well, no, they have litter boxes, and they scratch up the furniture, and they leave hair everywhere, and they barf all over the place. And people talk about cats being clean animals, but... if that's your idea of clean, then... I don't know. But yeah. LJ's cat's watching the finches. There you go, Clever. Yeah. And Lordy says, who's insulting my cats now? I mean, I'm sorry, Lordy. I know that I live here and that at any moment, you know, you could choose to bring down the hammer and you... How close can we get? Yeah. That's the old idea. Now we realize this split happened so early on that mammals and reptiles, even though they share a common ancestor, they're... What's the phrase? Two houses alike in dignity? On fair Pangea where we lay our scene? The Sauropsids and the Synapsids. The reptiles and the mammals, respectively. They've always been separate like that. By the time that they arose, they were already separate, reptiles and mammals. Does that make sense? Lay our scene and our eggs. There you go, Rushwing, yeah. For those of you from the US who might not be super familiar with that term of measurement, this is a meter right here. This is 1 meter. So it's just over a yard. So when you think meter, think yard. It's just over 3 feet. So it's about 39.5 inches is 1 meter. So 100 centimeters, or just shy of 40 inches. You know, just over a yard. So 100 of these high would have been that tsunami. Just nuts.
Were 100 meters high. These giant waves would have crossed the sea with the speed of a jet, ripping up the seafloor, moving tons of...
There's so much still left to be learned about the world around us, about fossil organisms that are long dead, and also about creatures that are still around today, like these flying squid. Someday somebody is going to unravel these mysteries. It's gonna happen. Maybe it'll be somebody watching this broadcast right now who's never heard of flying squid, and they will later go on to become a scientist and will, you know, this will end up being their master's thesis project or something like that. Who knows? But this is why science is so exciting. We are dealing with the very frontiers of human knowledge. There's so many mysteries out there still left to be solved. And the thing is, they are very solvable. A lot of these are low-hanging fruit that are still within our grasp. Somebody just has to reach up and pick them, you know? It's cool to be this close to one of their descendants. Really neat. You're beautiful. You know that? Look at the eye moving around there. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. She's interviewing somebody from NASA right now, so that should be pretty cool. Anyway, thank you everybody for tuning in, watching today. Really appreciate you. We really got to wrap this up. So, yeah, let's go right in right now. Never mind. All right, go on. All right, everybody, I got to go help out. See you later. Your ankylosaurs should not look like pill bugs. Yeah. Hello? Well, shoot. Hello. Thank you so much for the raid, Stats
the
Bloke.
mysteries of these incredible creatures from our past.
I'm still kind of getting ready for today's stream.
And the 82 raiders want to hear about those terrible lizards.
But I wanted to pop in real quick and say hello. Thank you for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. We're going to be talking all about leatherback turtles today, apart from our other, usual fossil science Q&A. So if any of you would like to stick around, including you there, Tilted74, hello to you too. Welcome. Again, I hope you had an excellent stream, Stats Bloke. Thank you for raiding in. I really appreciate it. Looks like you're doing some hightail. I'm not sure what that is, but thank you for hightailing it on over here with all of your viewers. Sorry, dad joke. But welcome. Here, shoot. Let's get back to the clips thing, and I have a few more preparations I've got to get all finished with before we can really jump into today's stream. So, including our closed captions. Let me turn those on. There we go. But thank you, Stats Bloke. I really appreciate you. I'll be back in a few minutes. Yes. Thank you for everything, everybody. And with any luck, I'll be streaming again tomorrow, maybe from the Ceratopsian site. We'll see. But yeah, hope you learned something today. Hope you had a good time. Hope you've got a newfound appreciation for paleontology and for the history of life on our incredible planet Earth. Until next time, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go tune in to Science Streams. Ooh. Is that bone under there?
Yeah.
Very nice. Very, very nice.
Separated pretty nicely.
Yeah.
Couple bone chunks.
Quinn's on a roll today, just pulling up these big blocks of sandstone and mudstone, and then suddenly, like this, just had a big rock covering it. It's right here. See that concavity right there? That was on top of this bone here. Quinn just pulled that off. It separated perfectly. Look at that sorry brush. Holy cow.
This is what they're supposed to look like. It's got a nice haircut. Yeah. Pack rats got in and ate it all. Hire him as my barber.
And there you go, yeah. Little Alverasaur with little... Oh no. It is like the Ios Bashful emote. Yep. Tend to be pretty similar throughout the rest of the skeleton. It's just the skull is wildly different. And whoop. Well, there goes my visual aid. I'll have to get that later. Let's hope I can find it. I don't want to be littering. Edmontosaurus. Check that out. Holy cow. It's so big it doesn't even fit in the frame. Look at that right there. Look at that. Truly impressive, if you ask me. I think that is pretty darn cool. Look at it. And let's put the lower jaw on too. And he got a photo of me in the field. Managed to get me showing off my white meat right there. Ooh, thank you, Dorkalotl. Plant eater, it's got a beak at the front. Just all of these armor plates and spikes.
This one was discovered back in the 90s by a lady named Lori McWhinney, and it was named Gastonia Lori McWhinney. This is not the first species of Gastonia that was found, however. There is an earlier species, which we call Gastonia burgii. And here is an approximation of what this animal might look like in life. Some of those spikes aren't long enough. There's not spikes on the back like there should be. But yeah, so this is not entirely correct, but you know, decent skeletal reconstructions by Greg Paul here. So when we're trying to figure out what a dinosaur looked like, first, you know, we got to make sure that we excavate as many bones as we can. Whatever's there at a site, we try and get out. Take those bones back to the laboratory, clean them, stabilize them.
Oh, the Hadrosaur sex paper that comes out later. So, this will be an excellent opportunity to practice your media skills before that comes out, because that's going to get some attention for sure.
You said the word.
What is digitigrade? I can show you, Will of the Winds. I can show you right here. So digitigrade just means that an animal walks on its toes. That's how it's...
On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus.
In this case,
Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
It's actually up in the air. There's a big fleshy pad that would go underneath that. So they walk on their toes, and most mammals do. There's only a few plantigrade mammals. There's us. There's other critters like bears. I think raccoons might also be plantigrade. Yeah, but most mammals, like this ancient killer pig here, this entelodont, they walk on their toes. So this is a wooden model skeleton along with a cast. So everybody loves sauropods until they have to dig them up, because they get truly large. Pendrake, you might be right. They might be turning the engine around. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Wow. There's a raven flying by. Wow. Oh, it's amazing. Amazing. There's our visitor center up.
And weigh as much as 145 metric.
Yeah, rawr, blue whales, they're big. They're essentially weightless because they live in the ocean, you know? Whales cheat.
Tons, more than twice as heavy as the most.
How do you estimate how many animals you have there? You know? It's like, imagine you have, you know, a whole bunch of different cars, and they all get torn apart in a junkyard, and the pieces are just scattered around. How many cars you've got? Well, what you try and do is find there's only one per car, like say steering wheels. I don't know. Most cars don't have more than one steering wheel, right? You could count the number of steering wheels, and then that gives you a rough approximation of how many cars are there in the junkyard. Would that make sense? Here, they did that with the basioccipital. So with the occipital condyle, that's the ball-like projection that comes off the back of the skull. You know, it looks like a trailer ball, and that's what attaches the skull to the neck. And so by counting the number of those that they found, they said, we've got 40 so far of these animals.
Pretend like I'm ignoring her, and she'll jump right up on my lap. Watch. See? Oh, moon pie. Maybe they're eating fishes or even other marine reptiles. They may have been kind of opportunistic like that, because with a beak like this, you can kind of eat whatever you want. Big hawk-like beak, you know?
Then I walked around to the other side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock, and I turned it over.
It was the skull, isn't it? Was it the skull? I promise I haven't seen this before. Was it the skull there?
Side of the boulder, and there's a cobble sitting there. I picked up that rock and I turned it over, and there's this dinosaur skull staring back.
Bingo.
So if you have the skull on one side,
break it up, you two. There you go, Charchone. Yes, yes. Yeah, Unicorn R2 unit. holy cow, says, I would literally never watch any of these videos if it weren't for you. I go to work and tell them the facts I learned from your stream, and they think I'm cool. Well, that makes me so happy, Unicorn Art 2 Unit. It really does. That's why I'm here, you know? So that just made my day. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I also strive to give the links to all of these videos so that you can watch them on your own, share them with your friends and family or whoever, you know? Those of you who kind of follow Twitch drama and stuff like that, you're probably aware that there's been a controversy raging about watching videos live on stream. Oftentimes the headline is, new relative of T-Rex discovered. It's like, just let this dinosaur be its own thing. You don't always have to bring T-Rex into it, you know? But this is the thing, is that people are really familiar with this dinosaur, and that helps drive clicks and everything, and it's just a little frustrating that everything has to be all about T-Rex. Oh, look at you, sweetie pie. Look at this. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Wow. Look, I'm dressed up, you're dressed up. Happy Theropods Giving, sweetie pie. Aww. We got out there this morning and bailed some water out of the Iguanodontian quarry, and that was, yeah. I don't know, we'd done some decent trenching and everything, so the bone's gonna be okay, but...
Oh, if I had moved the wash, believe me, that would have been full.
Oh yeah,
you know?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I love this pose. This is super well done. It's difficult to like pose a dinosaur well and get all of the ribs and the vertebrae and the projections that come off of the cervical verts and stuff to all work properly together. This looks very dynamic. It looks alive. Looks like a living animal. I mean, if you were to x-ray a living animal, this is what you might expect. Really cool. This is super well done.
For the benefit of science, for the benefit of humanity, you know? I have no interest in keeping the dinosaurs that I find, and all the stuff that you see behind me, these are all 3D prints. These aren't real fossils. These I have for teaching purposes. The real fossils, as we always say, well, where does that belong?
That belongs in a museum!
It's true. Yeah, because... Yeah. So accoutrement are additional items of dress or equipment or other items carried or worn by a person or used for a particular activity. So yeah, miscellanea is a broader term than accoutrement.
Accoutrement.
What? That's not how you pronounce that.
Accoutrement.
Accoutrements. I'll read accoutrements.
Accoutrement.
No, that's wrong. The thing is, I've never heard it pronounced like that. It's wrong. This is incorrect. Incorrect.
Accoutrement. Accoutrement.
No. Uh-oh. It's stuck. This is not a great advertisement for the game right now. But oh, never mind. My controller is turned off. Pretty cool. And then we've got, right here, a lovely cast. This is just gorgeous. What a beautiful display piece of an ornithomimid dinosaur. So this one here says Struthiomimus sedens. From the Lance Formation. Is that really from the Lance? Because we would get ornithomimosaurs in the Hell Creek, and we never knew what to call them. Is it Struthiomimus? Is it Ornithomimus? Is it what? This guy's big. Bigger than I would imagine for a Maastrichtian ornithomimosaur from North America. Like, just to give you some idea of scale here. Here's me next to that hand. Those classic ornithomimosaur-shaped claws. They've got these long, fairly straight claws like this. If you ever find a claw in the field that looks like that, you're looking at an ornithomimosaur claw. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's so good to see all of you here. Do we have any more raiders who came in with Stats Bloke? Have any of you stuck around? Let me know if you wouldn't mind. Or you can lurk if you want to, too. No worries. But I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully you know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. And that can be anything from, as I like to say, from fossil bacteria to fossil baleen whales. From fossil ferns to fossil frogs and everything in between. Dinosaurs are just kind of the tip of the iceberg, but that's what I happen to study, what I happen to publish on in the scientific literature, what I dig up during the field season, all that good stuff. I spent 11 weeks in the field last summer.
It was like you go to the shoe store and they're like, maybe we have it in the back, and it was like all the fossils back there. It was pretty sick.
Thank you, Feist, for the 56 months of support. Really appreciate that. Yay, dinosaurs indeed. And hey, the text-to-speech is working now, too. That must have been why Stream Elements wasn't working yesterday. They must have been, like, fixing some of this stuff. For months, we had, no text-to-speech. Anyway, it's good that that's back. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. Dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to paleontology. But they happen to be what I study. We will be talking about dinosaurs today. I'm sure we'll be getting some dinosaur questions, because Q&A, for you at home, that's kind of the lion's share of our stream time, usually. That's the beauty of Twitch, is we can have live, interactive science outreach. You've got questions, you type them into the chat, I'll do my very best to answer them for you. We'll dive into the scientific literature ourselves and look at the papers, look at video clips, whatever I can do to help you understand a little bit more about the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, with an emphasis on dinosaurs. And today, obviously, an emphasis on leatherback turtles as well. Everybody loves leatherback turtles. Well, if you're not aware of these creatures, we'll be talking about them a lot today.
Are thin at one end, much thicker in the middle, and then thin again at the far end.
No lies detected. Golganek, 54 months.
Paleo-YES move. Paleo-YES move.
Thank you for the 54 months.
Thank you for the Paleo Science, Paleo LD left, Paleo LD middle, Paleo
Thank you, Golganek. I appreciate your tremendous ongoing support. Appreciate you, Golganek. Thank you. We'll be talking about these incredible animals today. Dermakelys coriacea, last in the line of incredible marine reptiles that go all the way back to the Cretaceous period. These guys, or their ancestors, were swimming around when tyrannosaurs were still stalking the beaches. And now they're still around today, these animals. They're like refugees from the Mesozoic. It's kind of incredible, and they are in dire need of our help. So we'll be talking a lot more about leatherback turtles today, and I can announce some exciting upcoming streams around leatherbacks too today, so we'll get to that in a bit. But let me go through chat real quick and say hello to everybody. Feist, do you have a cartoon dinosaur tattoo? What kind of dinosaur, Feist? I'd love to know about that. That's awesome. And holy cow, thank you, Murph, for your generous support of science outreach here. Really appreciate that, Murph.
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Overloading the system, what does that mean? We've got a lovely theropod dinosaur here, a living one, called the Tinamu. Very excited about your generosity there, Murph. And, too excited. Uh-oh, shoot! Holy cow. Thank you, Murph. He'll be okay, don't worry about it. Murph. You know this, but for everybody else's benefit, there's 10 lucky chatters who won't have to worry about seeing a single ad on this channel for the next month, thanks to you, Murph. I really appreciate it. That means during some of our upcoming IRL streams, they won't have to watch any ads. That's gonna be cool. We kind of have to run ads on this channel because honestly, that's one of the ways that we make just enough money where I can actually make my living here. doing science outreach full-time. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to do that, and I dislike ads as much as all of you at home, but it's one of the ways that we pay the bills. Thanks to the generosity of folks like Murph, you don't have to watch the ads. And if you subscribe to this channel and support science outreach here on Twitch, not only are you making it possible to do this kind of science communication, but you also don't have to watch any ads too. Don't anyway, enough of that. This sounds like an ad in itself, so let's move on. Feist says their tattoo is a T-Rex. It is saying "hug me," and my wife's matching one says "I'm trying." That's great, Feist. I like that. I feel like I've seen that before. It's a hard tip here. Is it like this? Oh, they've got the wrong number of fingers on the orange Tyrannosaurus there. I'm sure yours is better than this, but yeah. Anywho, who else have we got here in the chat? I saw, I think Kodali and Matt M33, I presume, were first today, as they often are. Claire Burr, Mustache Mike, Victorious, Phoenix the Archaeologist, Golganek, Harold Beaver, howdy howdy, Stats Bloke, thank you again for the raid, Greg the Barber, Brianna Sings, Tilted 7-4, Verified, Broken Symmetry, Chaotic Time Traveler, hope you're doing well, Trooper 2112, Rushwing, Murph, howdy again Murph, Scoobs, Nomad Soul, Arita Can Wife, Pimpcat, I am Morvosh. Let's give subs from Murph. Excellent. Shark is back. How are you doing, Shark? Howdy, howdy. Has anyone read or gotten Dave Hohn's new book? Is that the one on Spinosaurs? I haven't gotten that verified. I wonder if any of my work is mentioned in there. It's not published yet, but I've definitely presented on it at conferences. I wouldn't be too shocked if it's in there. It's on Wikipedia. Executive Storm, howdy howdy. Kevin661, the Trek Nerd. What's shaking with you? Further drop. Hello, hello. Yeah. And that's the one. Yeah, I haven't gotten that one yet verified, but yeah, I did order a book just the other day. Out of solidarity with the people of Minnesota. Everything they're going through right now. Fascist siege of their state. I don't know, there's some... I posted about this on Blue Sky. The Science Museum of Minnesota, wonderful institution in St. Paul, in the Twin Cities, they participated in the big, like, walkout and strike this past Saturday. So I posted this. I'm like, if anybody's looking for any, I don't know, some cool paleontology merch, consider getting it from there. That's what I did. There was a book that I'd had my eye on for a while, the Princeton Field Guide to Mesozoic Sea Reptiles, which includes some of the relatives of leatherbacks, I'm hoping. I ordered this from there. It wasn't the cheapest, but you know what? I was going to buy this book anyway from elsewhere. I figured might as well do just a little bit to help support that museum. Because I know participating in that strike and walkout and everything, I'm sure they lost a lot of money closing on a Friday or a Saturday like that. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to that arriving. It should be here hopefully before I stream again on Monday. So we'll take a look at that. And Catherine May, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing, Catherine May. You'll see my proper Minnesota state flag has arrived in the mail as well. So I can, for now, retire my homemade felt one that I put together the other day. Grab that. There we go. Yeah. The official one. It does look a bit better. I think there's a certain charm to
homemade one as well. Put together out of felt. This was nice. And Crimson says, I have dinosaurs and prehistoric mammals. That would be a fine addition to my collection. Crimson, I think they might still have a copy. I may have snagged one of the last ones, but here, let's see. You know what I can do? Let's see. There we are. Do they have any copies left? Only one in stock. You could snag the last one there. If you're quick. There you go. I'll probably be showing this off on Monday after it arrives. So, yeah. And thank you, StatsBloke. Hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, I was lucky that Lordy had some leftover felt. Mikey Likes, thank you so much for the 58 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Hey, all.
Hey, all to you too, Mikey Likes. Good stuff. You're the first one to ever trigger that brand new alert. Anyway, 58 months is a long time, Mikey Likes. I really appreciate and like your ongoing support. It means a lot to me. Thank you for helping us keep this thing going here, you know? But yeah. Anywho, let's do a Blue Sky post real quick before I forget. Screenshot there. Oh. There we go. That'll work. Right. Let's go ahead and crop that. Come on, Winders. Being real slow today. There we go. Yes, replace image. There we go. All right. We're talking more about... Can I do italicized text? No, forget it. Talking more about leatherback turtles on today's stream. Apologies for the noise here, but I'm going to do an M dash, which requires using my number pad, which is also my soundboard. Especially their astonishing internal anatomy.
What?
Here we go. Along with whatever sundry paleontology questions the chat window brings me. Join us at twitch.tv/paleontologizing. Alt text.
gads of leatherback, turtle, related 3D prints and framed illustrations. There we go. Save and Paleontologizing. Looks like it's spelled correctly. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And let's put that we're live too, before I forget to do that. Live. Paleontologizing. There we go. Beautiful. They're checking everything out. Rainbow says, is that Dick Dale in the background? Where? Oh. The music. It probably was. Well, let's see what the last track was. Yeah, Pipeline. I think that is a, that might be a Dick Dale tune. Let's see. Now this is by the Shantays, California surf rock group. Apparently it hit number 4 on the Billboard Hot 100 in 1962. Cool. Anyway, this is a cover of it. Anyhow, yeah. Oh, here's a link to that that post, by the way. I got distracted thinking there are surf rock composers sneaking up behind me. Right, copy link to post. There you go. Anywho, good stuff. I want to give everybody a brief update on a news story that we were looking at yesterday, too. We were talking about this. Hang on a second.
I can see it. I can see
a puma, aka mountain lion, aka cougar, was spotted in the middle of urban San Francisco.
Dude! Yes!
Not last night, but the night before.
Leave the door open. It's right in the middle.
This is in the middle of the city.
Frozen. Leave the door open.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine.
This happens every once in a while. There have been several of these in the past decade or so. They're almost always young male pumas who are looking for new territory. And unfortunately, that's as far north as they can get on land, because San Francisco is a peninsula, and it's not like they can swim across the Golden Gate Strait. But yeah, here we go. Let me find a news report about this. Is it here? Yeah. So I'm just kind of catching you up here.
Breaking news within the last 45 minutes. The mountain lion spotted roaming the streets of San Francisco has been found. So the big cat was first spotted Sunday night near Lafayette Park, and then it was seen again last night. Animal control is out at Octavia in California. It's very close.
And Trooper says, a beauty. Maybe my last words before I die. I mean, these are generally animals that don't want anything to do with us. They're usually more scared of us than we are of them. Unless you happen to be very, very scared. I don't know. Your mileage may vary. But anyway, they do not want to be around people. And instances of them attacking people are very, very rare.
So the park, as you can see there, ABC 7 News reporter Gloria Rodriguez is live at that location.
I bet you there are more people killed every year by vending machines than by pumas.
Gloria, what's the latest?
You know, it's been quite an adventure this morning, Amanda, because we got word that they potentially found the mountain lion.
So the coyote? I will, Coconut, yeah.
We're driving around. We saw all of this activity, and check this out behind us. This is on California between Laguna and Octavia. You could see animal control is out here as well as San Francisco police.
So I'll give you an idea of where this is. There we go. So San Francisco on California Street between Laguna and Octavia. So for California, there's Octavia. So yeah, basically right over here. There's Lafayette Park. So you can see this is just in the heart of San Francisco right there. And there's nowhere else for this critter to go because, oh shoot, it's not like you can walk further north. There's San Francisco Bay, and the currents here are extraordinarily strong. They advise that people don't swim through here, so, you know. Anyhow.
And if you look there where that black fence is, they think the mountain lion is behind that fence. It's
So we were watching this yesterday, and I was thinking, do they really know that? Like, what's the deal here? How sure can they be that it's still there? Well, I guess they were pretty sure because, Here, take a look.
It's been a wild few days, quite literally, in San Francisco. An unusual visitor in Pack Heights, a 77-pound, 2-year-old mountain lion. And he attracted quite an audience as authorities tried to track him down.
So we talked about this yesterday. There was a news story in text, but it's nice to have video of this now.
NBC's Sergio Quintana.
I can see it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's the voice of Roxanne Blank as she spotted the young mountain lion last night outside her Pacific Heights home.
I was sitting in the car with my friend, and all of a sudden the mountain lion just strolled right up to my apartment building and just went up the steps.
She says it didn't make any noise, and in the video she shot, you can see he stood absolutely still as the lights came on where he was standing. Nurse Lindsay Cummings and her Great Dane Elvis also crossed paths with the big cat last night as she was about to enter a patient's home.
He was right there, looking in my eyes. I looked up and I was holding dinner. I dropped Perry's on my burger everywhere, salt and straw everywhere, and just backed away slowly back into the garage.
At about 2 o'clock this morning, 2 San Francisco police officers also spotted the cat and followed him into an apartment building at California and Octavia.
When San Francisco police officers followed the mountain lion into this area, they noticed that it had squeezed itself into that narrow area between two buildings.
They called for backup, and San Francisco Animal Care and Control, the fire department, and the State Fish and Wildlife Warden.
And you know, say what you will about, the authorities, but I do, maybe I'm naive to say this, but I think it's nice that in San Francisco it's called Animal Care and Control. I appreciate the sentiment,
Wardens showed up. Since the cat was cornered, state wardens decided to dart it, allowing them to safely capture it and hopefully figure out how it got into the city. These are photos taken by the San Francisco Fire.
Oh, how did it get into the city? This is speculative, I've not interviewed this cat, but I suspect it probably walked.
Fire department, we're told wardens used 3 darts before he ultimately went to sleep. A group called the Puma Project from Santa Cruz was also called into help.
They track and tag animals. This animal had been tracked and tagged before. They said it was in Saratoga at one point.
According to Richie King with the Puma Project, this cat was last spotted in someone's backyard in Saratoga in September. Today, it took more than an hour.
Oh, and hang on a second. Do this real quick. There we go. Yeah.
An hour to get the cat out from between the walls and to examine him, a process that did draw.
Oh, what's this? No expense. Oh, thank you. Paleontologizing for gifting the mayor of space. No ads for you.
Paleontologizing gifted a tier 1 sub to the _mayor_of_space.
Thank you for everything you do, Mayor of Space. It's one of our mods. Appreciate you.
crowd. Among them, Tiffany Yap with the Center for Biological Diversity. She noted
cool.
just how difficult it would be for a big cat like this to get all the way into the city, mostly because of freeways that largely cut off wildlife access into the area.
Our roads and development have fragmented the landscape quite a bit, but there is still room to roam for them in other places.
According to the California Fish and Wildlife Department, this cat is a healthy young adult likely searching for his own hunting ground. As soon as he wakes up, he'll be released in an undisclosed and safer location in the Bay Area. In San Francisco, Sergio Quintana, NBC Bay Area News.
Nice. Very cool. It is important to emphasize that just because we're seeing more pumas like this, pumas, mountain lions, cougars, whatever you want to call them, they're all the same thing. Just because we're seeing them more often doesn't mean that they're actually becoming more common. In this case, it might just be that they're getting squeezed out of their habitat more and more by encroaching human development. So we'll talk about that in a minute, but I posted about this on Blue Sky yesterday. I wonder if we can find this clip. Yeah, let's see if we can find that. There we go.
Okay, so this is our wild video segment. Look at that coyote go behind our reporter Frances right there during her live tag. That's so... Look at it. It's just like, hey.
Just crossing. Why?
It's so funny. Right after...
So here she is reporting on the puma there in the middle of urban San Francisco. And here's some more. I guess by mammal standards, you could call this megafauna. You know, we're in the Cenozoic era now. Coyotes, I think, they're megafauna, right? They're larger than a mouse.
Hey.
Just crossing. Why?
It's so funny. Right after I turned to you and I said, was that a coyote? But
and I thought it must have been a dog.
That's what I thought, because a person walked by right before, so I thought, their dog's off leash, but no, it was a coyote.
Ironically, she was reporting on the
mountain
lion sighting and capture.
We got wildlife here in the Bay Area.
That is crazy.
You know?
Okay, so...
How cool is that? Yeah, the Bay Area. We got wildlife here. I know, you know, New York has Pizza Rat and Coffee Rat. We have coyotes and pumas in the middle of the city here. Pizza Rat, eat your heart out, which is kind of what I was talking about right here. But yeah. Pretty neat. Pretty neat. And hiking sounds fun, but the foot of snow ruins it. Oh yeah. Well, that's another thing we don't have here. The beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area is snow. We don't have to deal with that stuff. I'm glad for that, you know. Anyhow. Let's see if we can find a video on, well, you can watch whole hour-long documentaries about this. This is Here we go. Let's take a look at this. This is from local news here in the Bay Area. KQED.
We've been coming out here since our project started in April of 2008. It's been one of the core properties that we access for our research.
There you go, Mayor Space. I'm glad you checked that.
Mountain lions are a secretive creature. They're professional hiders. That's how they make their living. So it's no wonder that people rarely see them. They hide and they don't want to be seen. And if they don't want to be seen, more or less, they're not
professional hiders. I like that.
The lion went about 60 feet up in a tree. The cats have gone up the tree because they're trying to get away. So sometimes they go up too high, where if we were to anesthetize the lion and it didn't come out of the tree before the drugs took effect, it could fall out. And so the plan now is to try and coax him out. Hey! Hey!
Come on now, boy.
Look at that. Look at that. What incredible athleticism there. You know? Is that a shofar? I was going to say, like, a vuvuzela would work well in this circumstance, but I guess a shofar works too.
In the 5 years since we started our project, we've learned quite a bit about how they interact with people or how they relate to people. Lions will move through and around and also hunt in and near places where people are active, around their homes.
Fossil
because
skeletons
it's kind of a different
are never
world
found
when it's
complete. They're always missing bones, missing parts.
Taeyu Lee 3, thank you for the follow, and welcome to Paleontologizing. Appreciate you clicking that follow button. Welcome, welcome. And how are you doing, Lenina?
in and near places where people are active, around their homes, because it's kind of a different world when it's dark out. The animals come out of the hills, and that includes mountain lions.
And Charlie's Dragon says, I saw a clip of cougars in South America a while ago and really noticed how lion-like they can be in their movements. Never clicked like that for me before. It's interesting. They're not actually lions, and they're not even super closely related to lions. They're a totally different genus. But it kind of goes to show... Oh yeah, if you take cats from the opposite side of the cat family tree and just embiggen them, they're still going to have a very similar kind of gait and appearance and everything else. Let's look up pumas on our tree of life here. Let's go to mammals first. Here we go. And Taeyu Lee says, what is this live stream? This is far. I appreciate you saying that. Welcome, welcome. Here, I'll give you a proper intro in just a minute. But right now we're just talking about phylogeny, about how different animals are related to one another. So mammals, let's jump to the cats. Felidae is up here. There we go. So felids are a kind of feliform, the cat-like carnivorans. This is everything from hyenas to civets to mongoose to cats. Here's the cats here. And so here's the puma, and then lion is over here too. But here, let's do puma, which is Felis concolor, and lion, which is Panthera leo. You'll see that they're actually on like opposite sides of the cat family tree. Basically, the only cat that's more distantly related from a lion would be like a cheetah. So even though we call them mountain lions sometimes, they're not actually lions. Lions are over here. So lions are most closely related to other members of their genus, Panthera, including the leopard and the jaguar and the tiger. So yeah, the roaring cats are genus Panthera. These ones can actually roar, but they can't really purr in the same way that other cats can. So anyway, yeah. So there's the puma there, Felis concolor. Yeah, and aren't cheetah fairly close to cougar? They are, Crimson, yeah. There you go. There's cheetah. So cheetah are very early diverging. They're like the most distantly related of all the cats. They're the earliest to branch off and do their own thing, which is why they look so different. But yeah. Anyway, but Taeyu Lee, let me give you a quick little intro to our channel, what we're all about here. Here we go. This is me.
My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is Paleontologizing. Science isn't just test tubes and beakers and white lab coats. What we're doing out here is science too. We're testing hypotheses by excavating these fossils.
Join me for museum tours, interviews with other paleontologists, audience Q&A, 3D printing. It's pretty big. Who thought this was a good idea? And of course, live dinosaur digs.
a limb bone from a new duck-billed dinosaur.
I invite you to tune in and experience the adventure of fossil science. There we go. Yeah. I'm gonna be largely talking about these animals today, leatherback turtles, but we're going on a little journey talking about pumas, mountain lions, cougars, Felis concolor, genus and species name, because one was recently spotted and videotaped and then captured in downtown San Francisco. Well, maybe not downtown, but like within the middle of urban San Francisco. But yeah, anyhow. Wait, you live in San Francisco? You're kidding me. I'm from the Bay Area myself. I'm across the Bay, East Bay. But yeah, this is my home, the Bay Area. Anyway, so surely you've heard about the puma captured over by Lafayette Park, right? We were just talking about this.
It's been a wild few days.
Oh, sorry. Never mind. I thought that said I live in San Francisco. Reading too fast. Apologies. Anyway.
It's quite literally in San Francisco. An unusual visitor in Pack Heights, a 77-pound, 2-year-old mountain lion. And he attracted quite an audience as authorities tried to track him down. Here's NBC's Sergio Quintana.
I can
Anywho,
see it. Oh my God.
That's the voice of Roxanne Blank as she spotted the young mountain lion last night outside.
Anywho, this is, I think it was just yesterday this cat was captured. So now we're talking about where these animals live in California and how they get mixed up with people and all of this.
Human housing and activities and development, they do affect mountain lions by splitting up the open space areas that were once intact. You know,
we move into their home and we cut it up. You know?
One giant open space, but it's been kind of slowly fragmented into smaller and smaller places so that they have to find corridors and ways to get from one of those areas to another so that they can find each other, so that they can breed with each other, they can share their genetic diversity with each other.
In order to understand how mountain lions are impacted by human development, we place tracking collars on them to look at their movements and better understand their behavior. That tracking collar has a GPS, which tells us where the animal is moving. It's also got an accelerometer, which we're using to...
Here, I bet you this individual right here, I bet you he's got a tracking collar on him now. Just like this.
Which tells us where the animal is moving. It's also got an accelerometer, which we're using to tell us a little bit about what the animal is doing.
Yeah, like, are they boarding a plane, you know?
We fly over the study area once a month. And from a plane, we remotely download the GPS data using radio technology. Once we've collected all this...
And he was already tagged, the news report. Well, that was... Charlie's right, and I showed 2 or 3 different news reports yesterday, and one of them was one who had been captured years ago. One of them was an old story. That one had certainly been tagged. I don't think this one had a tag.
Inside her Pacific Heights home.
I was sitting in the car with my friend, and all of a sudden, the mountain lion just strolled right up to my apartment building and just went up the steps.
She says it didn't make any noise, and in the video she shot, you can see he stood absolutely still as the lights came on where he was standing.
Oh, really?
Nurse
Okay.
Lindsay Cummings and her Great Dane Elvis also crossed paths with the big cat last night as she was about to enter a patient's home.
He was right there, looking in my eyes. I looked up, and I was holding dinner. I dropped Perry's on my burger everywhere, salt and straw everywhere, and just backed away slowly into the back into the garage.
At about 2 o'clock this morning,
All right, let's go to the footage. Get rid of those closed captions. I don't see a collar here, but it could be obscured by this piece of wood.
Into the city. These are photos taken by the San Francisco Fire Department. We're told wardens used 3 darts before he
I don't see a collar, but I could be wrong.
Ultimately went to sleep. A group called the Puma Project from Santa Cruz was also called in to help.
They track and tag animals. This animal had been
Saratoga in September. Today, it took more than
Well, hang on.
They track and tag animals. This animal had been tracked and tagged before. They said it was in Saratoga at one point.
Oh, okay. So you were right. I don't see a collar, so it might not be one of these transmitting tags, but it might be like a pit tag. Which is this is interesting because it also has to do with leatherback turtles too. We'll be talking about this today. There's like 3 or 4 different ways that leatherbacks get tagged for research purposes. One of them is a pit tag, which is a lot like it's basically the same thing as you would have on a domestic dog or cat. Yeah. Well, apparently it's also used on everything from bats to fishes to... Yeah, interesting. There we go. Pit tagging fish, passive integrated
the
transponder.
process for a 23mm tag insertion. The fish is now fully anaesthetized in the anesthetic bath. The fish will be removed, measured. The tag will be inserted. We'll then scan the fish to make sure the tag has successfully been implanted in the fish. Then we'll place the fish into the recovery bath afterwards. We now take our tag applicator. This is
Verified says definitely stay calm. Don't recommend turning your back on it. Yeah, never turn your back on a fish like this. You know.
the applicator for the 23mm tag, which
And hey, I appreciate you, Tayulise. Tayulise has got to go back to work, guys, but the stream is really worth it. I'll come again for sure. Take care, everyone. Hey, I look forward to seeing you soon, Tayulise. Have a good day at work. Thanks for dropping in.
which is appropriate for this size fish. We have the needle sitting in
So yeah, this is the same exact thing that's used for
sterilize
pets.
the needle so we don't inadvertently introduce diseases into the fish. Once the needle's been removed from the alcohol, it's in good practice to rinse the needle again in a very low concentration saline solution. That can remove any of the strong alcohol and make it a little bit better on the fish. We then place the tag itself into the applicator needle like this. Then the needle is ready for Jared to...
So it's just like you would have on a dog or a cat. Yeah. Trying to find you a decent video about this. YouTube search is such dog water nowadays. It's so frustrating. Videos, please. I don't want to see any garbage shorts. Anyway, it is the same thing that's used on like a dog or a cat.
The PIT in PIT tag stands for Passive Integrated Transponder, and they are tracking tags with a unique string of numbers. These transponders are about the size of a grain of rice and can be read by a receiver which records the identification number of the tag. PIT tags are similar to the microchips placed in pets and are used for tracking and counting a variety of species.
Oh, okay. So I guess it's not exactly the same thing? How do pet microchips work? Let's take a look at this here.
Lots of folks treat their pets like family, and why not? They're better conversationalists than anyone in my family, and you don't even have to pay to send them to college. But unlike, or perhaps exactly like, humans, their natural curiosity can often lead them to stray too far from home without knowing how to get back. Now, old school collars with the name and address of the owner were once the only real solution. But now, thank you, technology,
There you go, Charles.
many pet owners are opting to inject a microchip inside their pet as well.
So this video has got to be pretty old, right? 9 years ago. Here we go. So this is now kind of standard. In fact, I think in certain municipalities in the United States, in order to have like a dog or a cat legally, like you have to get them chipped like this. Yeah.
What are the benefits over just having information written on the collar? I mean, that seems
That gives
simpler.
the history of life its very quirky, fortuitous, chancy character. We are literally here only because of the good fortune of dinosaur extinction.
Thank you for the 7 months of support, Stadler and Waldorf. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Not to mention less painful. Well, one of the biggest advantages of the microchip is that it's more or less a set it and forget it solution. While collars can obviously get damaged, come loose, or even end up caught in a tree branch leading to a slow, painful death by strangulation.
Or maybe you even change your phone number and then it's useless, you know?
Microchips are injected by a shockingly fat needle under the fatty layer of your animal's skin. And since they have no moving components or batteries, they typically don't need to be replaced as long as the animal lives. Just like the NFC pads that we showed off here, the chip receives enough energy from the machine used to scan it that it doesn't need any kind of internal power source.
Yeah, so it's RFID, so it's the same kind of technology that, I think it works the same as, like, we have a thing called Fast Track in the Bay Area. So it's like an automated toll device you have on your vehicle. No, it's just a little box like this. And it doesn't have batteries or anything inside it, to my knowledge. It's receiving, like he said, receiving enough energy from the transponder thing that it can, like, briefly send out a signal. So you don't actually have to power it. It's a really cool piece of technology like that, you know?
Another, scan it that it doesn't need any kind of internal power source.
Yeah, there you go.
Another reason they can just hang out under your pet's skin indefinitely is that microchips are usually enclosed in an inert material such as glass so that your pet's body won't react to it negatively.
It won't be like an immune response.
Some enclosures are even made of a special polymer that can induce tissue growth around the microchip, helping to hold it in place, which I wish they had done on my cat, whose microchip migrated to his sternum, forcing me to get a new one for his fancy cat door. Oh yeah, there's another benefit I didn't cover yet. A microchip reader-equipped pet door lets you keep raccoons and strays out of your house while saving you the headache of listening to your pets whining or scratching at the door. Mine can even be programmed to let both of my cats in, but only one of them out. And I'd imagine that future models...
You could also just not let your cats outdoors so they don't get eaten by coyotes or by your libertarian neighbors, but anyway, here's a link to this, and I guess this is from Linus Tech Tips, isn't it? Yeah. Anyway. Let's continue with our coyotes video. Or not coyotes, pumas. They're bringing in some air support.
Once a month. And from a plane, we remotely download the GPS data using radio technology. Once we've collected all this data, we can start to look at how mountain lions behave differently when they're near human developments like people's homes or farms than when they're out in the wild, far away from those kinds of influences. Here's an example of mountain lion 18F. Each point here represents an actual GPS location, 4 hours.
So I think this is Monterey Bay down here, right? So this would be Santa Cruz. This would be like, Moss Landing would be over here, and Monterey would be down there, Pacific Grove. I'm pretty sure. Here, let's take a look real quick. Look at yeah, there we go. Same outline to the coast right there. Santa Cruz. And then Monterey is down here. There we go, yeah. Nice.
There's a part in time for this mountain lion. I can then sort of show you the whole data set at once. And so you get a feeling for,
how are you doing?
how big her home range is, how close she'd get to the city of Santa Cruz. And she really used this highly fragmented area of the Santa Cruz landscape.
So right now I'm gonna get out the drugs that we use. Mix up a dart with an anesthetizing drug, and then we'll go around and pick a spot and fire the dart. And then the drug will take effect as it runs off, and we'll take one of the dogs on leash and go find it. 3, 2, 1.
Poor cat's really stressed out by this, but you know, this is all in the interest of keeping them safe and
go where he
making sure
goes.
that they're not hurt by people.
There's your cat. You might see him around over here. Not quite out, but almost.
Sometimes they're still moving around a little bit and moving their face around. So we lay them on a clean tarp. We don't want them to be burying their face in the dirt and getting their nose in the dirt. So I'm going to take this tracking collar and we're going to fit it on her neck. So we should learn quite a bit about this girl. There's testing that the collar is working. Working great. We do measurements of their overall body length.
Verified says so they dart him and get him out of the tree so it doesn't fall. Exactly. That's why they were trying to kind of haze him a little bit, or her a little bit, trying to get her. She was what, like 20 meters up or something? They're like, if they were to dart her way up there, there's a risk that she would fall down and get injured. So they got to bring her down a little bit lower first, then they can dart her. They can take all these measurements, take these data and all of this stuff. This is a point that I think is important to make when we're talking about pumas or when we're talking about leatherback turtles, is some of the work that's done on these critters might seem a little bit invasive, and that's just kind of how it has to go. With animals like this that are threatened and they've been really put in a tough spot by human beings, all the activities that we do, we need to be able to understand where these animals are going, where they're hanging out, where they're getting their food and everything else, so that we can better protect them. If you don't have that information, you're flying blind. Like, if you want to properly conserve threatened species, you need information first. You know, you have to actually understand them so that you know that your efforts are working when you're trying to conserve them. What are their population numbers doing? How much are they moving around? You know, this is like the most basic information that we often don't have when we're dealing with species like this. So it seems like a lot of rigmarole and there's some stress to the animal here, but there's a reason for it, you know? People aren't doing this for kicks and giggles. This is real important science that is coming out of this. It's going to benefit these creatures in the long run, even if it seems stressful in the moment. You know what I mean? I think it's important to talk about this because, well, shoot, animal lover, I don't want to see any animals stressed out or scared or worse. But I think that's part of having an in-depth and nuanced discussion about this kind of thing, is you have to, you know, we can't just present the totally rosy picture of everything, all prettified and sterilized. So, oh, here's the animals frolic in their natural habitat. Like, I want to live in a world where this sort of thing isn't necessary. But under current conditions, we need to be able to understand these animals. Their population numbers have dropped enough that we need to know what's going wrong. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Yeah. And Neverwinter says, same for bird banding. People are always complaining because they think that the banders are hurting the birds. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway.
Their tail. We measure the length of their limbs. We measure their teeth, their foot pads. We collect a blood sample so that...
And Serendipity, thank you for saying this. The way I see it is, unfortunately, Serendipity says, sweet creatures not able to communicate like humans can. Being able to get them, keep them safe, even though stressful, and it's heartbreaking. It's more heartbreaking losing their existence because we couldn't do anything to prevent it. Exactly, Serendipity. Well said. Thank you. Yeah, and information is the key to conservation. Absolutely verified. Absolutely.
We can get prior exposure to diseases from antibodies in the blood and also genetic material. And then also we put an ear tag in one of the ears to help identify the animal. In the 5 years since we started our project, we've collared 37, now 38 after today, mountain lions.
Wow.
87 pounds.
That's probably the majority of them that live in that area.
Once we're finished with our handling of the mountain lion, we've put the collar on and we've taken all of our measurements and collected samples. From a distance, we watch the lion until we're confident that the effect of the anesthetizing drugs is worn off enough that the lion will be safe and can move off safely.
Nice. I mean, if anything, too, like this cat here, I think she will understand on a deep level that, like, human beings are not to be trifled with. Like, stay away from people, you know? And that's, all told, that's probably a good thing. It's the opposite of, like, feeding bears at Yellowstone National Park and getting them too acquainted to people. Like, this is a scared straight kind of scenario here, you know? Yeah.
The lion will be safe and can move off safely.
As the world gets increasingly developed by humans and large wide open spaces of natural habitat get parceled into smaller and smaller pieces, these are the species that are affected first and start to blink out of ecosystems as they become more developed. By engineering or protecting the ecosystem in a way that's good for them, we'll also be helping a number of other species.
There you go. Very cool. I'll give you a link to this video here. There we go. This is me waking up every morning, says Stellar Muller. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. Let's get into Metazoa, shall we? Oh, first, maybe, let me update our schedule. We've got a couple of exciting new things to talk about here. That video was shot in, or outside of, Santa Cruz, California. And that's where I'm gonna be next Friday. So let's go ahead and put that on our schedule. I now have confirmation that instead of having no stream on Friday, instead having a leatherback turtle stream. At the National Marine Sanctuary Exploration Center. That's what I was gonna do. Early morning stream. I'll have more details as I confirm them, but this is going to be an IRL stream, and I can't wait. We'll talk a little bit more about that as it gets closer, but I wanted to put it on the schedule ASAP. So not a similar time to normal streams. This is going to be probably about 4 hours earlier, maybe 3 hours earlier, something like that. That's just the way that it's working out with the staff there, but yeah, And the Friday stream is IRL? Yes, indeed, Petrodactylus. We're going to have a whole month of IRL streams. I'm going to be using my my mobile encoder for this, and it is not cheap. I think it's about $500. They may have upped the price. It might be $600 or $700 now for 1 month of unlimited data for mobile live streaming. But yeah, I'm paying for that for the month of February going into early March. Got to accommodate the time zone over in Santa. Yeah, Mayor Space. It's more of a staff hours thing, but yeah. So anyway, it's not cheap to do this kind of thing, but I will have unlimited data for a month, so I'm going to be bouncing around to a bunch of different places, doing a bunch of IRL streams in February, going into the beginning of March. So, and I don't have the kind of batteries to do a 24-hour stream there, game over, but it would be neat. It would be neat. Yeah. Anyhow, so there's that, and also, prior to that, it looks like Wednesday, we're going to be doing an interview with Dr. Jeanette Weineken. Researcher on marine turtles, sea turtles, especially leatherbacks. That's going to be a Zoom interview. I got to confirm a time and everything with Dr. Weineken, but it looks like that's going to happen now, so very excited about that. And that's one of the reasons why we'll be continuing with our Inside Nature's Giants episode today. Doing a necropsy on a leatherback turtle. It's a documentary that came out in, what was it, 2011, I think? We'll be continuing that today. And Dr. Weineken is one of the main on-screen personae in that documentary. So that's going to be really cool. It's going to be really cool. Anyway. I'll have more things to put on the calendar as I continue to get emails back. Oh, and while we're talking about calendar and scheduling stuff, I have some bad news too that I might as well share now. Yeah. TwitchCon 2026, I will not be attending, it looks like, because out of all 52 weeks out of the year, it happens to be scheduled for the same exact weekend that the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology Conference is scheduled for. So I had to make a choice, and yeah, Claire, I'm going to be going to SVP instead of TwitchCon 2026. So that was disappointing. I just heard about this morning. So, yeah. Ramen says, can we clone you? Hey, if you can find the money for that. Yeah. But yeah, again, right, Golganek? This is the second time in 3 years. Yeah. Anyway. But I'm going to be very active either way, Peter Steves. Yeah. Yeah. So anywho, no TwitchCon for me 2026. I was really looking forward to being able to do both. I had cool stuff in the works for TwitchCon. He's going to try to apply for a meet and greet and do some special events, some giveaways, all kinds of stuff like that, but it's not going to be happening. Oh, yeah. Drop anything other? I wish, Crimson. Yeah. Anyhow. So it goes, you know? We've got exciting things to look forward to at SVP this year, but that means no TwitchCon. I was told it was going to be in October, you know? Oh yeah, TwitchCon's going to be in San Diego in October for the foreseeable future. That turned out to not be correct. Oh yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And verified, anybody could go to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting if you pay for admission. It's not just for paleontologists. Interested members of the public are also encouraged to attend, but it's one of those things where it is kind of shockingly expensive. I'm pretty sure it's like 2 or 3 times as expensive as it is to go to TwitchCon. Yeah, what is the... I want to say it's like $700 or $800 to attend as a... Especially if you're not a member of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. So yeah. Anyhow, that's just how these things go sometimes. SVP is like in a really awkward spot where it's a big enough society that we need a large venue, but it's not big enough where we have enough people attending that we can really kind of subsidize the cost for each other. It's kind of the worst of all worlds there. Plus, paleontology isn't like... It's not one of those industry-funded fields. You know, if we're talking about like the Geological Society of America or the American Geophysical Union or something, these are scientific conferences in the earth sciences where they have a lot of corporate backing because there's oil companies and mining companies and, you know, like digital imaging companies and a lot of industry that's willing to help bankroll these meetings. We don't have that for fossil science, you know? So yeah, we're kind of perennially impoverished, I guess, in a way. So yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. And Krager says maybe one could volunteer. I don't know. Yeah, if you wanted to ask about that, if anybody's in Cleveland and they want to attend the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, you can find out about it at the SVP website. Here we go. Yeah. It's the premier global gathering for researchers, students, preparators, and others dedicated to advancing the science of vertebrate paleontology. Held each fall in a rotating host city, this 4-day meeting showcases cutting-edge scientific presentations, talks and posters, symposia, field trips and workshops, and social events, while providing a welcoming, collaborative environment for sharing new discoveries and strengthening connections across the community. Attendees can expect a dynamic mix of scientific exchange, professional development, networking opportunities, and society traditions, making it one of the year's most anticipated events for anyone passionate about the history of life on Earth. Here's a link and we could always use more members in the society as well. You get free access to the Journal of Vertebrate Paleontology when you become a member. And you get to be an active participant in fossil science. So if anybody is interested, I would highly recommend you become a member of SVP. I think it's well worth it. And it's what, like a few $100 a year or something like that? Member benefits. But yeah, good stuff. Anyhow. And Petrodactylus says, is it cool if one were just a nerdy dino gal and not a scientist? Absolutely, Petrodactylus, yeah. Yeah. Here. I really want to bring the current SVP president, Stuart Samita, on for an interview at some point in the near future. And he'd be more than willing to talk to you all about SVP, and we would love to be able to expand things out and make it kind of more normal for non-paleontologists to attend. But yeah.
Hello, I'm Sam Waterston, and I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists as they reveal the evidence for environmental change, adaptation,
I don't know if you'll meet him,
and extinction.
But
This
he
is
is
a
into
rare
paleo.
opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists, who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society. That is to say, what their work means for us. And now let's join the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science. Here are some of the faces of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology today.
I'm Mike Novacek.
我叫罗泽西。
Jack Horner, ditch digger. Glorified ditch digger.
Anyway, here's a link to that video here. I got several alerts out of that, actually. I was able to splice out some of that footage. Probably 5 or 6 different alerts, I think. Maybe not that, I don't know. It's a few. Yeah, and SVP in Brussels, when? Probably not for a while, because we had ours in Europe last year. It's usually every 3 or 4 years that we have a meeting outside of North America. I'm guessing... Well, I actually don't know. I don't know where the one after this year is going to be, but we'll see. We'll see. Still should have gone to the one in Cincinnati. I wish I could have, Golganek. That one, it happened to be the same, again, the same weekend as TwitchCon. That was TwitchCon Vegas. I went to TwitchCon Vegas instead. Because as a new partner, they were like, they gave me free admission and everything. Put me on a panel, all of that. So yeah. And Starmie, I did have multiple SVP meetings across the world. Well, I mean, SVP, it's like we're kind of at our limit just holding one meeting per year. But there are other paleontological societies around the world. There are often ones that are... There are some that are based in Europe. There are some that are based in Australia. There are some that are based in South America or Asia. It'd be nice to see some in Africa, but I don't know if there really have been any like groups specific to that continent. EAVP is the European Association of Vertebrate Paleontologists, and they have a meeting that there we go. This is one from this is June of last year, I think. Anyhow, here's the EAVP, and this was in Brussels, I think. Yeah. So yeah, it's like SVP, but yeah. Oh, and the 2026 is going to be in Vilnius, I guess. Okay. in Lithuania in June. And so this one was in Poland, Krakow. But this picture in the back, this is in Brussels, because that's the big iguanodon that they have outside the museum in Brussels. Brussels Paleontology Museum, the Museum of Natural Sciences. Yeah. There you go. That's where this photo was taken. Got my own picture that's... Oh, cool, Starry. Nice. Nice. Yeah. And we've got a turtle question from Starmy as well. I know we're focusing on leatherbacks, but I'm wondering where the other turtle species nest. Do multiple species lay eggs on the same beach? Or is they a hard one beach, one species rule among turtles? No, for marine turtles, sea turtles, they will nest wherever. So you might get the same beach in, say, the Atlantic coast of Florida, where you get leatherbacks and green turtles and loggerheads all on the same beach. And so being able to tell what the tracks look like from each of these turtles, like that's an important skill, to be able to tell who nested where. Let's see. There's this neat kind of newish YouTube channel that I stumbled across called Do Turtly Good. And this gal here works on marine turtles and does an excellent job of sharing that work with people in her audience. There's one about, it's like, who nested here? Where was that? Yeah, green versus loggerhead. Who nested?
Do you know how to tell the difference between a loggerhead sea turtle and a green sea turtle? In this video, we're going to break down some of the key differences between the species, from their shell shape to their diet, as well as share a totally unexpected surprise of finding a green sea turtle nest on the beach. Here.
Very cool. But here, let me check real quick and make sure that we're not going to run out of time for Metazoa. All right, we've got an hour. All right. I'll come back to that.
In South Carolina, the sea turtle nesting season runs from May through October. We start to find new sea turtle nests in May, with our last one typically early to mid-August, with the hatchlings maybe continuing into October. The primary nesting species is the loggerhead sea turtle. This season, there are over 3,800 documented nests in the state, and only 11 of which are laid by a green sea turtle. The loggerhead sea turtle gets its name for its large head and powerful jaws. Those jaws are perfect for cracking open hard-shelled prey like horseshoe crabs, blue crabs, and whelks. Now compare that to a green sea turtle. Now, it's not that their shell is green, it's the fat inside their body that's tinted green from all the vegetation that they like to eat.
Yep.
Green turtles are mostly herbivores, grazing on seagrass.
And StatsBloke says, I have a shell question. Why do other turtles have hexagonal plates like tortoises, but these don't appear to? Leatherbacks. Oh, StatsBloke, we'll get to that today. Holy cow. We're going to be watching a video featuring somebody we're going to be interviewing next week, hopefully. Doing a necropsy, basically a dissection of a leatherback turtle, and we'll get to see inside. It's going to be a little bit sad and a lot bit gross, but it's going to be really fascinating, and we're going to learn a lot from that. But long story short, the leatherback doesn't have a hard shell. It's the only species of turtle in the world that does not have a hard shell. So with other sea turtles, like for instance the green sea turtle, they have a hard bony shell, which is composed of their rib cage, and so their ribs kind of expand and flatten out and form the underside of the shell, and then they have these big what we call osteoderms, or like scutes covered in keratin. It's like a fingernail-like material. It covers the surface of it like that. So, the green sea turtle and all the other living sea turtle species, except leatherbacks, have this. Here we go. 7 species of sea turtle. Nice.
The incredible water monster, Elasmosaurus.
Thank you there, Nightwing 42077. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, so going clockwise from the top. The hawksbill, the loggerhead, the Kemp's ridley, the flatback, and the olive ridley, and the green sea turtle, they all have these hard bony shells. The leatherback, however, does not, because as its name suggests, it has a leathery shell instead. Let's go to sea turtles in our tree of life. Ridley sea turtle. And do we know why the other turtles developed a hard shell but the leatherback didn't? So leatherbacks, like all turtles, like all sea turtles, they descended from an ancestor who had a hard bony shell, and leatherbacks got rid of that over time. It's really interesting. So here we go. There's 7 living species of sea turtle. The leatherback is you could call them the most ancient of these, but the most primitive, but in many ways they're the most derived. They're the best adapted for life in the ocean. Yeah, so all the rest of these are called the Cheloniids. These all belong to one family. They all came from the same ancestor right here about 34 million years ago. Leatherback split off from the rest of the sea turtles longer ago. So they've been doing their own thing for longer, and they've developed this soft, kind of leathery shell. So their shell is actually composed largely of soft tissue. So it is hard underneath, but they have all of these like kind of coin-sized, coin-shaped dermal ossicles. So they've got little circles of bone in here, little like hockey puck, well, little coins of bone that are all floating inside of like inside of their flesh, above their rib cage. This is a really special adaptation that they evolved in order, we think, to be able to dive super deep. They're the deepest diving of all reptiles. They've been recorded going down well over 1,000 meters. So like, I think it was like 1,300 meters. So like 4,000 feet in depth. You and I would die. The water pressure would just destroy us. Like it would probably crack our skulls. Like we wouldn't be able to, it would not be pretty. These guys, leatherbacks, are adapted for that. They've got a whole suite of different evolutionary adaptations that allow them to dive so incredibly deep. And it's a big part of what they're all about. It's like a huge part of their lifestyle, is extreme diving like this. It's really, really cool. So we'll get more into this in a little bit. Yeah, don't do this at home. Absolutely not. And then did. No. Don't try to dive down 4,000 feet. You will die. Unless you're in a submersible. Even then. The world record depth for a scuba dive is like 1/4 of what leatherbacks do. Yeah. So here we go. Ahmed Gaber dove down in September 2014 to 1,090 feet. He currently holds the world record, it looks like. It took him 15 minutes to dive down, but it took him 13.5 hours to come back up. that's the kind of caution that you have to take with this sort of thing, so that you don't get decompression sickness. You don't get these nitrogen bubbles that build up inside your body and kill you. Leatherback turtles don't have that problem because their body literally evolved for them to be able to do this. Yeah. Sea turtles don't get the bends. No, unless maybe under very specific circumstances they could, if they were like caught in a net and then immediately dragged up to the surface within a few seconds, then maybe they could. But yeah, part of what they do apparently is that their body flattens out. Here, I'll show you this diagram larger on the screen so that we can talk about this. This is from a 2009 issue of National Geographic. And this is some superb art right here. Look at this.
Wow.
By Raul Martin, who's a very well-known paleo artist. Normally he illustrates dinosaurs, but here he's treating us to an excellent diagram of the interior of a leatherback turtle's body. We'll be talking a lot more about this after we do Metazoa. But the fact that they don't have a hard shell allows their body to compress at depth. So what they do is they actually, before they go on one of these super deep dives, apparently they blow a lot of the air.
Learn about the age of reptiles.
And Dutch Eagle and Flyer, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Apparently before they go down to one of these extreme dives, they'll actually blow most of the air out of their lungs. If anything else, just to keep them from being too buoyant, so they can actually dive that deep. And they have a trachea that's effectively armored with cartilage. So it's an incompressible tube. Their windpipe is rigid. And that will not compress, even when their lungs and their stomach and everything else gets squished down by that water pressure. They have enough air inside of their trachea, and then the residual air that's in the rest of their body, as they're getting squished by that water pressure, it forces oxygen basically into the rest of their cells. So it's almost like the water pressure is doing the breathing for them, essentially, sort of. I don't know, we can talk with some experts about this when we interview them over the next few months, but it is truly extraordinary what these animals are able to do. Just amazing. And I wonder how they handle the nitrogen in their blood. Well, that's the thing, Kindred Soul, is that there's not, air in their... the air basically gets squeezed into the rest of their tissue, as I understand it. And so, as a result, you don't get those nitrogen bubbles forming, like people do when they get decompression sickness. It's because our bodies are not really compressing like this that you can get that nitrogen buildup. But if your body is allowed to compress, if you're built to do that, you won't get that kind of decompression sickness, apparently. It's really cool. And StatsBloke, oh yeah, oh man, I'm so glad that you pointed this out, StatsBloke. This is wild. So this animal has an esophagus that's sometimes longer than that of a giraffe. The esophagus, of course, is the food tube. So it goes along here. It loops around the back of the body. It basically goes up toward the hips, and then it turns around and goes into the stomach. They have an extremely long esophagus, and that has to do with their food. We'll talk about that in a bit. It is so cool. These are such amazing animals. Yeah. And Dees McNee says, is this animal still alive? You tell me. This is Dermachelys coriacea, the leatherback turtle. Here it is on a beach in, we were talking about this yesterday, maybe Mexico. But they are extraordinarily large, fascinating creatures. You know? They are so cool. They've been around since the Cretaceous. They're the last living members of their lineage. So they're the last one of their family. Thank you, Executive Storm, for gifting Stats Book. Hey, I appreciate that, Executive Storm. Thank you.
Executive Storm gifted a tier 1
But just the stats on these creatures, speaking of Stats Book,
in the channel.
just extraordinary. They're the world's largest turtle. They are the largest non-crocodilian reptile in the world. They can have a flipper span, you know, from pectoral flipper to pectoral flipper, over 9 feet across. They have the longest migration of any air-breathing aquatic animal. The ones that we have off the coast of San Francisco, here where I live, they swim all the way from Indonesia. They cross the entire Pacific Basin in order to get food here off the California coast. They'll swim all the way back to Indonesia to lay their eggs. Extraordinary. They're the only, like, warm-blooded turtle. They can actually generate their own body heat, so that they can swim as far north as, like, you know, the North Sea, north of Norway, or the Aleutian Islands off of Alaska. And they can exist in the tropics, too. So they can go from the equator all the way up to where they're swimming around icebergs and stuff. It's a turtle that can do this. Just extraordinary. Just, it goes on and on and on, all of these amazing things that they do. It's truly extraordinary. Just, yeah, here's, this isn't even a particularly big leatherback here. It seems they don't get quite as big in the Pacific, from what I've read, than they do in the Atlantic. But, oh, hello, Moon Pie. Hey, you want to come say hello? Hey, Moon Pie. Hey. You want to come here? Come here. Yeah. Say hi. Can I pick you up? Can I put you on stream? We never get to see you, Moon Pie. Here. Here we go. It's Moon Pie, everybody. Oh, what a rare treat to see Moon Pie. My goodness. How you doing, Moon Pie? Yeah. Oh, she's very sneezy and mucusy all the time. We never get to see her. She doesn't like treats, so it's very hard to bribe her to show up on stream. Oh, good to see you, Moon Pie. Good to see you. What a rare treat. And we might even get a cat trick today. We might get all 3 cats in the same stream. We'll see. Moon Pie is always our last one, but today she's first. Today she's first. Good to see you. You're just gonna hang out here? I love that. I love that for us. Oh, yeah. There we go. Now, what a rare privilege, everyone. See Ms. Moon Pie. Hang on, did we already have Sweetie Pie up here? I don't think we did. I think Moon Pie is our first cat of the day. What do you think? You having a good day? Oh, listen to that purring. Yeah. Oh, Moon Pie. Yeah. Look at you. It claws out. My goodness. Moon Pie has this white spot on her chest that Mini Pie doesn't have. They both look fairly similar, but Moon Pie also has a very short snout. Kind of looks like a bat, huh, Moon Pie? A pretty bat. Yeah. I mean that in the kindest way possible, Moon Pie. Got that brachyrostron condition going. Got that short nose. The snub nose. Snub-nosed cat. 38 special. Yeah. Short-faced cat. There you go, Mayor Space. Yeah. This like short-faced bear, but somehow more deadly, huh? Huh? Yeah. What do you think? Yeah. Oh, it's good to see you. Belus arctodus. There you go, Mayor's face. Yeah. Belus brachyrostris. I hear there's a vacuum going on over there, huh? Are you fleeing the vacuum cleaner? I can understand that. Yeah. You don't like the vacuum cleaner, huh? No. No, not at all. Not at all. Yeah. Anybody who watches Ios' streams probably sees Moon Pie all the time. Because Ios is Moon Pie's favorite. She's always there on screen. But not so for us. No. No. Moon Pie's like, what about this whole fossil science thing? What about this whole, well, she likes me. She likes, but man, she loves Ios. Holy cow. She might like it if it were a Roomba. We do have a non-brand name robo vacuum, a Eufy, that I got for Ios and Lordy a few years back. But she doesn't like to ride on that. None of the cats like to ride on it. They'll kind of watch it. At first they were fascinated by it. Now they mostly ignore it. We would be getting back to the science right now, but this is such a rare treat. Moon Pie here. Huh. And watch, I can prove that she doesn't like treats too. I tell this to people and I'm like, what are you talking about? All cats like treats. Watch. I will demonstrate with Moon Pie. You ready? What I mean? She looked at that and she said, Ew. And she denies all treats ever, Petrodactylus. She has never eaten a treat. She's the muscle, she knows the bosses collect the money, says Claire Burr. I mean, maybe. Anyway, leatherbacks. Incredible animals. Here's Scott Benson right here, whom we interviewed at the end of December when I was down in Monterey. This is on board the Sheila B., which is a research vessel in Monterey Bay, and if the stars align and I get lucky, looks like I might be able to join the crew in September and help out with some of this water-based field work that they do out there. Super cool. Annie. Kindred Soul says, what species is this animal? No treats? She is Felis catus, domestic cat. She's just very special, you know? She's not about those treats. Yeah, even the tubes. Yeah, she doesn't even like the chewy squeeze stuff. Her turns up her nose at it. Shouldn't like it. Yeah. A Go-Gurt for cats. I like that, Claire, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow, we'll be getting back into our leatherback stuff in a little bit, but first, let's do Metazoa here. Our daily animal guessing challenge, Metazoa. We gotta try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. Gonna try and do this in as few guesses as possible. Yesterday we got it in 5, which I thought was pretty good for what it was, for an invertebrate. There you go, Lenina, yeah. So without further ado, let's jump into it.
Hold on to your butts.
The point of this game is to try and find the mystery animal of the day by doing clever guesses here, and we narrow it down using an evolutionary family tree we call a phylogeny. This game is kind of heavily biased toward mammals. I usually like to start with a mammal. It's our little tradition here. Often saves us a few guesses. So give me the name of a mammal, chat. In fact, let's do cat. Let's do Felis catus. We'll start off with that. Or we could do puma. Let's do puma. I like that, chaotic time traveler. Yeah. And we'll see if that gets us anywhere close. Not today. We guessed puma, aka mountain lion, aka cougar. And Metazoa says, nope, not a puma. Best I can do for you is Bilateria. So, I'll show you what that means. Go to our tree of life here again. Well, let's jump to animals first, because Metazoa doesn't have other organisms, it only has animals. So that at least narrows it down a little bit. Here's the animal branch on the Tree of Life. Again, as far as we know, all life on Earth comes from a single common ancestor about 3.5 billion years ago. So plants, animals, bacteria, fungi, protists, everything is related. It all came from a common ancestor a few billion years ago. Life has been splitting and diversifying and just branching out ever since then. Now, animals are right here. The clade is called Metazoa, hence the name Metazoa. It's kind of a play on that. And we guessed puma. Right here. Puma concolor. Member of the cat family. And Metazoa said, nope. You gotta go way further out. It is a bilaterian, a bilaterally symmetrical animal. Pumas are also part of Bilateria, but this is the last time that our mystery animal had a common ancestor with the puma, so it tells us it's very distant from the puma. So pumas are a kind of mammal, which is kind of bony vertebrate, which is a kind of deuterostome here. So we can effectively cross off this whole branch of the Bilaterian family tree. It has to be a protostome instead. These are things like insects and crustaceans and mollusks and worms and critters like that. So just by the numbers, chances are it's probably going to be an arthropod, a crustacean, or an insect, or maybe an arachnid. So we'll do ladybug again. That's a nice one to start with. Here, ladybug, and we'll see if that gets us anywhere closer. Or okay, no, that's really good actually. So our critter is not a ladybug, but it is a member of Endopterygota, or Holometabola, same clade. A supraordinal clade of insects within the infraclass Neoptera. So, what's this called again? Holometabola. There we go. Down here, this is insects with complete metamorphosis. This is going to include your lepidopterans like butterflies and moths, I think. Right? Maybe? Yeah, I think so. plus beetles and skeeters and bees, hymenopterans. So, again, we guessed a ladybug, which is a kind of beetle, Coleoptera. Metazoa said nope, but it is a holometabolin, which tells us it's probably a member of this clade, the Hymenoptera. Ants, bees, wasps, etc. Yeah, so let's try and be clever about this. Yeah, let's try like bee. Honeybee, let's say. We'll go with that and see if that gets us anywhere closer. No, it did not. That's frustrating. Okay, what? They might be missing a bunch of subclades here, which would be frustrating. But, Airspace says mound building termites. I don't think termites are part of Hymenoptera, right? Yeah, sawflies, wasps, bees, and ants. Over 150,000 living species. Holy cow. But I don't think this includes termites. I think termites are outside of this. Yeah, there we go. Here's Hymenoptera there. The termites are part of a different group. Yeah, okay. So let's think about this. Let's go to ants. It's Formicaceae, wood ants, Formica. They're down here. Wow, this is a speciose clade. It just keeps going. Here we go. So ants are here. Lots and lots of ants. Ants galore. Raider ants. Oakland raider ants. These are still all ants here. There's so many ants. My goodness. Formicidae. This is the ant family. And then you get other wasps and stuff like that. So, honeybees, let's figure out where they are. Honeybees are way down here. Okay. So, we guessed honeybee, and it didn't bring us any closer, which tells me it's not going to be part of this clade here. We got to zoom out further and see what our other options are. Could be a kind of wasp. I could see that. I guess technically, well, phylogenetically speaking, ants and honeybees are also a kind of wasp. So let's see what they have. I don't think they have sawfly. No. So let's try wasp here and see if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, we're still thinking too narrow. It's further out from here. Insects with complete metamorphosis. It's not going to be part of this clade at all. I guess there's fleas there. There's true flies, mosquitoes, and gnats. Oh boy. I think part of the issue here is that the one zoom tree doesn't match what they have programmed into Metazoa. So we're using one zoom as our guide for this, and it's kind of leading us astray because I think there's probably some disagreements on how these trees are constructed. So I don't think our critter is a hymenopteran, because honeybees and wasps are part of Aculeata. Ladybugs are over here. So it's... yeah, we know our critter has to be part of this clade here. Insects with complete metamorphosis. So this is everything from moths to beetles. We know it's not a beetle because we guessed ladybug and it didn't say beetle. Could be a mosquito, could be a moth. Trying to be clever about this. Beetles are here. These wings, beetles. It could be a flea. Or it could be, let's try a butterfly. We tried monarch the other day. Let's try that again. Monarch. And that also didn't get us anywhere closer. We could try flea, I guess? This is frustrating. It's not... there's not enough subclades here. Alright, we know it's not a member of this clade. It's not part of Lepidoptera. I don't think they're going to have caddisflies on here. So we can discount that. It's kind of got to be a member of this clade here. These are the dipterans, which are the flies, and also fleas too, I guess? Let's try... housefly. And fleas are flies? They're not... fleas are not a kind of fly, but they are allied with them. So, I don't know what the name of this clade is. But fleas are here. This is Siphonaptera. And, Siphonapterans are fleas. And they are part of... Antilophora, I guess. Oh, interesting. It is unclear as of 2020 whether the Mercoptera, the scorpion flies and allies, form a single clade, or whether Siphonaptera fleas are inside that clade, so that the traditional Mercoptera is paraphyletic. So there's still some uncertainty about how these different critters are related to one another, which is really interesting. These are animals which are alive today. It's not like you have to try and infer their relationships just by morphology, like you would have to do if they were fossils, if they were extinct. We have DNA from these animals, and we can directly compare their genetic codes and try and figure out what's going on, but I guess even that is a little hazy, which is interesting. But anyway, Diptera are the true flies, and they are part of the same clade, Antilophora, with the fleas and the relatives. So yeah, let's try a fly. Let's try maybe housefly and see if that gets us anywhere closer.
Hold on to your butts.
Housefly, let's try that. Okay, it is a kind of fly. Good. We're 6 guesses in, and we have only gotten this far, but that's okay. That's okay.
Oh, what
it's tricky.
Oh, what fun playing tag with you.
Thank you, Hugin, for the 100 bits there. I appreciate
They
it.
aren't afforded protection as much as some animals because unfortunately their tea is adorable as animals like Moodeng.
Who can't afford it?
Dinosaurs.
What do you mean, Hugin? And Melod Drama. Thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Ooh, flies? I don't know. I think house flies have it pretty good, most of them, especially if they're in a house, you know? Yeah. But anyway, thank you, Hugin, for the 100 bits. Okay, so our critter is a fly. It's part of Diptera. Diptera is the true flies, plus mosquitoes and gnats. Well, well, well. Okay. I wonder if it's a mosquito. Here we go. Diptera, the true flies. Just like that movie. Yeah. With, our former governor here in California. True flies. Remember when I told you I'd kill you last? I lied! Everybody loves this film. What? What? Yeah. Or maybe, I flied. All right, so Diptera is a large order containing more than 150,000 species. That's a lot of fly species, including horseflies, crane flies, hoverflies, mosquitoes, and other flies. Okay, so within this clade, we already guessed housefly, and houseflies are part of this clade here, Diptera. Okay, we want a cladogram of Diptera itself. There we go. Crane flies, crane flies, stink flies, snipe flies, robber flies. Houseflies are part of Muscoidea. There you go. So our critter is probably not part of Schizophora or Muscomorpha. It's gotta be... I wonder if it's a crane fly or a mosquito. I wonder if they have crane fly. They don't have crane fly, but they do have mosquito. I think we're probably going to have to try this. I think it's probably going to end up being a mosquito. Let's try it.
Hold on to your butts.
We got it. We got it. Took us 7 guesses. That's a lot, but we still got it. Yeah. Nice. There we go. Go. Seven guesses. Vera Juan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. You got it in 3 guesses? Holy cow, Petrodactylus. That's excellent. Well done. Yeah. Nice. And Rushwing says, I recently learned that there are flightless flies in Antarctica. What? What? Yeah. Yeah, they feed on, seals, right? Or is it lichen? There might be multiple groups, too. Belgica antarctica. Species of flightless midge endemic to the continent of Antarctica. It is the largest purely terrestrial animal native to the continent. So this is the biggest animal that doesn't go in the water on the entire continent. Yeah. Huh. It is the only insect that can survive year-round in Antarctica. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. I think there's 2 of these that are mating, Claire, which is why they have 12 legs together. Yeah. I think they're going butt to butt. And Stupid Stargazer says that's good trivia stuff. It is, isn't it? Welcome to Paleontologizing, by the way. Haven't seen that username here before. Welcome, welcome. Oh, these are cool. You know, we could look up a video on mosquitoes, but I want to look up a video on these guys. Antarctic midge. That sounds like something Mo the bartender from The Simpsons would say. Hey, Antarctic midge, come over here. Well, shoot. Let's take a look at this.
The Antarctic midge is Antarctica's largest living endemic and terrestrial inhabitant, reaching about 6 millimeters in length at full size.
6 millimeters in length.
Wow.
That's impressive. This is the largest animal in Antarctica that doesn't swim or fly. That's pretty wild.
Sure, other animals are bigger, like penguins, but they're considered marine animals. These flies got their scientific name from a boat. Between the years 1897 and 18...
Mayor's is, I'm taller than that. I mean, move to Antarctica and live there year-round, and then you can take the title, Mayor's
99, explorers set off to Antarctica on board the Belgica. During this voyage, the Antarctic midge was discovered. And while human activities since that time have introduced other insects to the large continent, the Antarctic midge is the only native insect living in Antarctica.
Oh, so there are other species that are now living there on their own, but they didn't evolve there. That makes sense. That makes sense.
They aren't the only invertebrates found in Antarctica. There are also springtails, ticks, and mites, but these aren't insects.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what springtails, I don't know where they fall out, but ticks and mites are arachnids, so they're related to spiders. Even ticks in Antarctica. That does make a lot of sense. They probably feed on things like leopard seals and maybe penguins too.
Now, because they live in one of the most remote places in the world, pictures of these midgets are few and far between. And pictures of the Creative Commons license come down to this single image.
What? That's nuts. Oh, and hopefully this isn't true anymore. We can look it up. But see, that's why we keep seeing this image again and again, you know? It's here. It's in the Wikipedia article right here. That's it, I guess. This might be a more recent image after this this video came out, but there it is there on some moss, apparently. Like, this is super, super zoomed in. But yeah, wild. There is another place where you can find copyright-free or Creative Commons licensed images of animals, and I wonder if this critter is included there. Of course, I'm talking about Philopic. Philopic.org, which is a really cool resource. This is for silhouettes of different organisms. And this is intended for researchers. So if you're like writing a scientific paper and you need a little figure of your study organism, you're going to put it on a cladogram, like on a family tree, this is where you can get those silhouettes for free. Let's type in this. Okay, yeah. We do have some images of it. Nope, that's not it. Hang on. That's not it either. Shoot, maybe we don't have it actually. Yowza. Well, anyway, if you look up some other critters, like, I don't know, let's look up our leatherback turtle. We've got some nice silhouettes there of this animal. And, yeah, this is okay, but... And this one's okay too, but it doesn't quite capture what it looks like, you know? You know, there we go. That's a pretty decent leatherback turtle image. Nice silhouette there. It even has the 7 keels on it. Number 1 and number 7 are here on the edges. But yeah. And, oh, well, what would you know? Look who uploaded this one. Well, well, well. We're gonna, I think, well, that's an idea. I don't know if we're gonna do this yet, but I think it would be cool to have this be kind of a regular feature on some of our streams. As if we're talking about a particular critter, especially if it's not well represented on PhiloPic, we'll just draw up a quick silhouette and then finish it up and upload it to the site so that researchers everywhere can use it for free. So far, I just have this guy and another one of my favorite critters, coelacanth. Anyhow. I'll be putting more up at some point. But it'll be really cool once I start seeing these appear in the wild in scientific papers. I'll be very proud. And didn't Attenborough do a documentary on these midgets? I don't know, Starmy. Here, let's continue.
So we're going to add in images and videos of other midges to give you all some sort of visual representation. But please know, unless it's literally this image, it's not the Antarctic midge. A midge is a fly, though adult Antarctic midges don't have wings. Adult Antarctic midges live a short life of little more than a week during the Antarctic summer. At this time,
Luke Herman's Gaming, we will be talking about this. This, of course, is the hind flipper of a leatherback turtle. That's the skeleton there. But it does have 5 digits, just like us. It looks a lot like a human hand, except the radius and ulna, the forearm bones, or I guess tibia and fibula here, they're much, much shorter. But, yeah, it's recognizable. They've got the same bones that we do. We'll be talking about that today. In a little bit. First, let's get through the Antarctic midge video.
They gather together to try and stay warm. Yes, they're literal snuggle bugs. They reproduce and they also lay eggs. The eggs, which look like dried tomato seeds, hatch about a week later, and the larvae will spend the next 2 years eating. Food for the Antarctic midge larvae includes bacteria, detritus, and algae.
Ooh, yum yum. Who doesn't love eating some bacteria, detritus, and algae? I love me some detritus, you know? Tasty.
The larvae are worm-like and dark in color, likely to protect against UV light, which is quite harsh in the southernmost continent, and to help them get warm. They have to avoid getting too hot too fast as well, so these insects are constantly in survival mode. They produce heat shock proteins, which are made by cells when exposed to stressful conditions. Most animals don't eat while in survival mode, their bodies kind of shut down, but these midges just keep on living their lives like nothing is different. Antarctic midges can also lose up to 70% of the water in their body through dehydration. The environment is dry in Antarctica and will extract water from the larvae, getting them to the point that they look like raisins. When exposed to water, however, they'll rehydrate and spring back to life. These arthropods have the smallest genome.
It had to have been so difficult to make this video because there's literally no video footage available of these animals. So I've got to use B-roll of all kinds of other things. Like, I really empathize with the gal who does animal fact files.
Sequence known in any living insects. A genome sequence is basically the building blocks of an organism's DNA. The Antarctic midge has about 99 million base pairs, while humans have over 3 billion. Because there isn't much competition, Antarctic midges have no known predators or parasites, and they inhabit many habitat types, from moss to rocks to penguin poop to grass. Yes, grass does grow in Antarctica. They tolerate both fresh and salt water, and may be found in brackish water tidal pools as larvae, though other larvae may survive in dry conditions. They can also float on water, which may be a way they've moved between islands. But researchers are also looking into whether or not there are different species of Antarctic midges. For more facts on the Antarctic midge, check out the links in the description.
Very cool. Yeah. Here is a link. Are they not on the mainland? I'm not sure. Let's look that up, Claire. Got the article right here. Distribution in Antarctica in the red. So they're just along... island chain there. The Antarctic Peninsula, I think it's called. There we go. There we go. Let's zoom in and enhance. There we go. Antarctic Peninsula. Very good. Glad I remembered that. I'll go there someday. Yeah. Huh. And Luke Herman's Gaming. No, like she said in the video, it's actually named after the vessel, the ship that was crewed by the people who discovered them for the first time. Oh, but it's also named after Belgium, too. First specimens of Belgica antarctica were collected on the Belgian Antarctic expedition. There we go. Yeah, okay. So it's kind of complicated. There's like a string of different things that are named after each other. So, this entomologist, Jean-Charles Jacobs, or French, described Belgica antarctica Jacobs in 1900. Jacobs named the new genus and species of insect after the location where it was collected, off the Antarctic Peninsula. Canal de la Belgica Antarctica, the Belgian Strait, now called the Gerlach Strait, interesting, which in turn was named after the expedition steam yachts, named after the boat S.Y. Belgica. There you go. So, the insect is named after, yeah, the vessel, which is named after the country. That makes sense. Yeah. Oh, what is this, a continent for ants, says Mayorspace? I mean... it did look pretty small when I pulled up that image. Antarctica is not a small continent. It's larger than Europe is. No, I'm not interested in AI mode. Take a hike. Haunted it. The list, because it's got to, well, hang on, I can figure this out off the top of my head. Asia's got to be the largest, obviously. I think Africa is second largest, and after that it's gonna be, Europe has got to be the smallest. I think Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania, I think that is second smallest. I think Antarctica is bigger than them, but smaller than, I think South America is bigger than North America, right? So let's see here. I think it goes from biggest to smallest. Asia, Africa, South America, North America, Antarctica, Australia, Europe. Let's see if I'm right. And then Sweetie Pie. Hi, Sweetie. Well, we might get a cat trick today if Mini Pie shows up at any point. There we go. Okay, Asia, Africa. North America is third largest? North America is bigger than South America? I find that surprising. Then Antarctica, then Europe, then Australia is the smallest continent. Are we sure about that? Wild. Okay. Surprising. I thought Europe was the smallest continent. Oh, hello. Yeah, how are you doing, Sweetie Pie? We finished Minazoo. We're gonna get into our leatherback turtle stuff in a minute. But it's good to see you. Can you tell that Moon Pie was here? You can probably smell her, huh? Yeah. Oh, you're here. You having a good day? What's shaking with you, Sweetie Pie? Huh? Everything's good. Everything's good. Yeah. Oh, I hear you purring. Yeah. Looking straight into the camera. Chatters in there. Pretty tasty. You might have to if you don't get some treats soon. There's Mini Pie. Well, we might get a cat trick right now. We shall see, huh? Where are you going, sweetie? I think I know how to... Trisha Hirschberger. Your Honor, I'm not a cat. Despite what you're seeing right here, I'm not a cat. And despite the label here, we're getting a visit from one of my landlords. Is Sweetie Pie right here? Oh, Sweetie Pie. But we just got a huge raid from Trisha Hirschberger. Thank you, Trisha. I really appreciate the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. It's not just about cats here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist here on Twitch, trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Yeah, holy cow. I hope you had an excellent stream, Trisha. It's good to have you here. Here to welcome you to the channel. I think let's call forth a good friend of ours, somebody we like to call Previously Recorded Danny. He'll tell you a little bit about who I am and why in the world a paleontologist is here on Twitch in the first place, and all that good stuff. So, without further ado, we'll go ahead and bring him on. So, well, hang on, goodness. He's very eager. Anyway, I really appreciate the raid, Trisha, and well, Previously Recorded Danny, it's your time to shine. Take it away. Thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you happen to be new around here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You may well be wondering to yourself, well, if this is Twitch, then where are the video games? I'm gonna level with you here. I don't really do much in the way of video games. I'm a paleontologist. My name is Danny Anduza, and dinosaurs are my area of study. world does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, you're about to find out. When I finished high school, I moved to Montana and immediately started work at the Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was an unparalleled powerhouse of paleobiology. That program was built by this guy.
Famed paleontologist Alan Grant.
Well, kind of.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes, yeah, well, fortunately he didn't get eaten.
Meet Jack Horner, the real-life Alan Grant. He's one of the most prominent and controversial paleontologists in the country, a dyslexic MacArthur Foundation genius who never finished college and who says he doesn't care why dinosaurs went extinct. To him, the important part is how they lived.
It was at Museum of the Rockies, under the auspices of Jack Horner, that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. And a huge part of that I learned by working with Jack's final graduate student, a guy by the name of Denver Fowler, who would later go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. Working with Denver, I did summer after summer of fieldwork in the remote Badlands of Montana. Together, we dug up more dinosaurs than we knew what to do with, at fossil sites numbering in the hundreds. In 2012, I discovered a new species of ceratopsian dinosaur, hopefully soon to be published. The next year, we excavated the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. Then, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
Not bad, right? Well, anyway, much like my fieldwork, my research also focuses on dinosaurs. For example, here's Triarchunkus, the last of the Alvarezsaurs, just published in July of 2020. One of my current projects focuses on Spinosaurids. I can't really talk too much about that until it's a little bit closer to publication, so stay tuned for that. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things in Montana were declining rapidly, so I picked up and moved on to greener pastures. I'm so glad I did. And with that new perspective, I also realized that I have very little patience with the soul-crushing bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I decided to take my career in a slightly different direction. I got hired for a job in early childhood education. As a teacher, I get to have a positive impact on kids' lives and help them find a passion for science. Then, when COVID-19 showed up, the school had to close. But that didn't stop the teaching or the learning. We just moved online. All right, friends. So, we're going to be looking at a book in a little bit, but I thought we'd start off with a song. At 3, 2, 1. Oh, give me a home where the hadrosaurs roamed, where triceratops bellowed and grazed, where erosion uncovers bones we seek to discover, for to strike the whole world amazed. Home, home on the range, where the deer and the antelope play, where seldom is heard a discouraging word, and the skies are not cloudy all day. It was a pretty easy jump from teaching online to streaming on Twitch. I had my first broadcast in May, and I've been on here ever since. Now, I believe pretty strongly that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about her science is one of the most important things that a researcher can do. I now have a golden opportunity to reach out directly to people where they are. This is what I'm all about, and now, thanks to Twitch, I get to share it with you. and I'm so happy to be able to do so. It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help by following, or if you could afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So anyway, to my regular viewers, thank you again for sitting through this. To everybody who's new, welcome. I'm genuinely, earnestly glad that you're here. And I hope you stick around. We've got a remarkable little community here, and I'd be delighted if you join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you. Thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to Trisha Hirschberger for that excellent raid. Really appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. It is wonderful to have you here. As usual, if you've got any natural history questions, maybe about paleontology or geology or evolution, extinction, the history of life on our incredible planet Earth, don't hesitate with those questions. But you caught us just as we're moving into our big topic for the day, which is these incredible animals here. Leatherback turtles. An animal that is kind of straight out of the Cretaceous period in a lot of ways. This is the world's largest non-crocodilian living reptile. They are superlative in so many different ways. This year, I'm getting involved with leatherback research and conservation. And we're going to be learning about these animals. We're going to be advocating for their conservation. We're going to be contributing both in terms of labor and funding to leatherback conservation and research efforts. I'm stoked about this. Next week, we're going to be doing some more leatherback streams. I'm hopefully going to be interviewing one of the world authorities on these animals on Wednesday, and on Friday, we're going to be visiting the Marine Sanctuary Exploration Center in Santa Cruz. I'll be doing an IRL stream from there, and we'll get to see some leatherback stuff in person, so I'm really excited about that. But yeah, welcome. We're going to start talking about these animals. And, you were watching the turtle playlist last night? Excellent, 8B. Very, very cool. Here, let me provide a link if anybody wants to take a look at that, but we're going to see a couple of videos off of that today. There we go. Playlists. And this one's called Learn More About Leatherbacks. There we go. Excellent. I should really make a command, or actually, Claire, if you wouldn't mind making a command for that playlist, that'd be great. Yeah. And GI Doe says, can't help thinking they must be related to the elephant. They are so different from all other sea turtles that it's kind of amazing. Here, I'll show you on our grand tree of life here. Zoom out to all of life, and then we'll zoom into leatherback, Dermachelys coriacea. Sorry, it's a little herky-jerky there, but there's the leatherback. They are related to other sea turtles, but all of the other sea turtles are what we call cheloniids. They're the hard-shelled sea turtles. Leatherbacks do not have a hard shell. They are unique in that regard. They split off from the rest of the sea turtles during the Cretaceous period. Maybe as far back as 80 or 100 million years ago, we're not exactly sure. But they are the last living member of their own family, the Dermochelyidae. They're the last of their kind. All the other sea turtles have close relatives. Leatherbacks do not. They are related to other sea turtles, but much more distantly, which is interesting. Anyway, there's a lot of misperceptions about these critters. There's a lot of, well, here, I'll introduce our topic for the day with this little video here, which I think you'll enjoy. This is from NOAA Sanctuaries. This is the same organization that that runs the exploration center that we're going to be checking out next week.
Hi, my name's Andrew, and I'm on the edge of the spectacular Monterey Bay. We're asking people that visit this area from around the world what they know about sea turtles. Sea turtles? Sea turtles.
Leatherback turtle.
Get a load of some of these answers.
Where do leatherbacks live?
I would think Australia and Hawaii, more like tropical places.
I've never seen turtles around here.
It doesn't like the cold water.
I don't think very much about sea turtles. South of Mexico, San Diego, warmer waters.
These people are going to be shocked to learn that there's literally leatherback turtles spotted in the waters immediately behind them.
They're a different animal. They can survive in different temperatures.
He's right.
I believe they swim in the ocean, maybe in ocean currents, and they come up to spawn on the beach.
I believe they nest on beaches.
They just crack and hatch, and then the little turtles just say, hey, head to the ocean, because that's where we need to be next.
A lot of them are kind of scared and don't know what to do.
And also the baby turtles, they can also get caught by the birds.
And then they swim with their parents, right? If I'm not mistaken.
So that's the thing, is that, like, sea turtles are one of these really charismatic groups of animals. Everybody loves sea turtles.
The moon does exist.
And this is true, Forlorn Knight. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. So, compared to most other animals, people in the general public, they tend to have a better understanding of sea turtles than many other critters. But even so, there's still a lot of misperceptions. What do they eat?
Well, they eat vegetables, they eat plankton, they eat seaweed.
I believe they eat shrimp, too.
If they're feeding on jellyfish, there's lots out there for them.
This guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to leatherbacks, yeah.
Plenty.
Other turtles probably eat other baby turtles just because they're a food source.
I think the French eat lots of turtles.
Humans eat them in different cultures.
Who would eat turtle soup? I don't know. That'd be horrible to think anyone would, really.
I think they're protected, so we technically can't eat them or capture them. And, the United States technically can't do
it. Charlie's Dragon. Yes. Yeah, who,
Let's celebrate.
Who eats them?
Action awesome, please.
You just do anything?
No, sorry, cut. Yeah, rolling. 102.
Who eats them?
The French.
Really, though? I don't know.
I know other countries probably do.
They take the eggs, do they? I don't know.
How big are they?
Is it the big one? The huge one?
I'm talking about leatherbacks here.
Some of them must be, what, a metre across?
That big.
Uh-huh.
What I know from Finding Nemo, they get to be good size.
Bigger than that. Oh, yeah. Leatherback scientists at work.
Oh, my
California.
God.
There
really?
We go.
That's a leatherback?
Whoa, big.
See, it looks like a dinosaur.
Where was that?
I think it was caught here.
But it's more southern hemisphere, warmer waters. It doesn't like the cold water. Really?
800 kilograms. That's very big.
It's large. It's probably quite old, I would guess.
That's amazing. And that's out there?
Yep.
Big.
Right there?
Yeah.
That's fantastic.
Gigantic too.
Yeah, so you get the idea. I'll give you a link to this, but we're going to continue our documentary that we started looking at yesterday. And this is from a really cool series called Inside Nature's Giants. So if you've never seen this series before, I should offer you a little bit of a gentle warning here. This features a necropsy, a dissection, essentially, of a deceased leatherback turtle, one who was unfortunately killed by a boat strike, but then became the center of this documentary. So a group of researchers, veterinarians, anatomists were able to get together and on camera open this animal up, and it's all about how incredible these creatures are. It is a little bit sad, and it is a lot of bit gross, but I don't want you to be scared away from that too much. I myself, I get really squeamish about this kind of thing. You know, as a paleontologist, I'm really lucky that I get to mostly work with fossils. I don't have to cut a lot of animals open. And shoot, for crying out loud, like, I'm a vegetarian. Like, I get really squicked out, just like, if I have to cut open a steak or something like that. Just, oof. I hate that. Hate it. So I don't relish the opportunity to, like, see an animal cut open like this. But it's not about that. It's about the interior anatomy. It's about learning how incredible these animals are from the inside out. We're going to be learning a lot about leatherback anatomy today, and also featured in this documentary is somebody whom hopefully we're going to be interviewing next week, Dr. Jeanette Wyneken. This episode was only possible because of her, so we're going to take a look. Yeah. Good stuff. Here's a link to the IMDb page if you want to take a look at that. Here we are. But, yeah. The whole premise of the show is there's some sort of huge, remarkable animal, whether it's a giant squid, or a white shark, or a sperm whale, or a cassowary, or a saltwater crocodile, or a tiger. And after that creature dies of natural causes, scientists have a chance to peek inside, and you get to learn about what makes them work. Super cool stuff. It will be a little bit gross, but man, are we going to learn a lot. It is super cool.
How this animal evolved.
So let's go back to... Here we go, where we were. Let me copy the timestamp there. We'll go back a little ways here. Kind of set us up for viewing.
She quickly settled for the next best.
Here we go.
Not all their patients make it back out to sea. When turtles die on this coast, many of them end up in the freezer.
And hang on a second. Golganek says, where did you score the leatherback necklace? I actually got this, here. I'll show you right here. Golganek, were you the first one to notice today? Yeah, I like this a lot. I can give you a link, but it's from like a... Here we go. An independent jeweler in North Carolina. I'm pretty sure this was like handmade to order, and it ended up being bigger and more detailed and prettier than it shows here on the website. So, yeah, it legitimately looks cooler and more detailed than this. But yeah. I was saving up for a while to be able to buy this, and really happy to have it now. It'd be a good thing to wear for today. Yeah. Oh, you seen it and commented on it? It was earlier on? I missed it. I'm sorry, Claire. See? Nothing gets past Claire. Anyway, back to here. Maybe I can even give you a... Well, no, I'm not gonna... If I try and take it... Well, no, I'll show you real quick. It's cool enough, and I think I can put it back on. I'm not good at putting on little lobster clasps on necklaces. I don't have a lot of experience with that. But, check that out right there. Pretty neat, right? I'll even give you a scale bar. There we go. Pretty nifty, right? There we go. Pretty cool, right?
Once we knew only that they vanished.
Rhacodactylus.
Now we know the dinosaurs
Yako
ruled the land
Dactylus
longer
and their
than any
24
creature
raiders
before
want to
them
know more
or
than
since.
that.
Well, 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 Reiko. How was your stream? I was going to raid into you tonight. I hope your stream was really good, Reiko. It's good to see. If anybody's not yet following Rhacodactylus, you're missing out. Like me, he's also a scientist. But he doesn't dig up fossils or anything like that. He studies people and why people believe weird things, whether it's urban legends or conspiracy theories or some other kind of misinformation like that. What is it that drives people to believe weird things? How do we as scientists and educators help guard against that, you know? That's what Reiko's all about. He does science streams on Wednesdays, which is why I was going to raid in later. But super duper adorable crested gecko raid. There you go. FATMN. Here, show off some of my own Reiko emotes here. Like this one. I'm a proud subscriber to Rhacodactylus Tier 3. He does really cool work and deserves all the support, so go give him a follow. He studies people. Like an idiot, why study people when dinosaurs can be studied? Well, I mean... yeah, fair. You know who studies dinosaurs is people. Sometimes if you want to understand the study of dinosaurs, it helps to understand the people doing it. You know, it all... science is integrative like this. It fits together. And, Reiko, I gotta contact you at some point, because sometime in February... yeah, it'd be cool to do a stream together, so in the middle of dozens of other emails, I gotta reach out to you about that, because I think that would be cool. If you'd be game for that. Reiko says, today we were looking over research on causes and consequences of trust and distrust in scientists. See what I mean, chat? This is cool, important stuff. So, yeah. Go follow Rhacodactylus if you're not yet doing so. I struggle to put this back on. First try, wow. Okay. Didn't even strangle myself with it. Nice. And I would love to see that joint stream. Yeah, it would be. I've got some ideas, Brave Emily. I think it could be cool. Anyway, Reiko, you came in at the perfect time, honestly, because we are once again talking about these incredible animals, leatherback turtles, and I'm gonna be doing some special streams next week.
Fight with monsters. We came here to find fossils.
And juicy herbivore. Hey, I resemble that moniker there. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good to have you here. Looks like next Wednesday, we're going to have an opportunity to interview Dr. Jeanette Weineken, who is one of the key players in this documentary. You're going to meet her in just a second in the documentary. And then we'll be having a special leatherback turtle-focused IRL stream on Friday morning, it looks like, next week. Going to be going down to like a Ocean Visitor Education Center in Santa Cruz, California. Talking about leatherback turtles and their critically important habitat there. It's going to be cool, so I hope you'll tune in Friday morning for that. So yeah. And yay reptiles, yay turtles, says Rhacodactylus. Indeed.
I like turtles.
Yeah, good stuff. And will Scott be there? I've invited him, Claire. I just sent him an email this morning. We'll see what he says. In fact, let me check my email right quick here. No response yet, but anyhow, take a look at this.
When turtles die on this coast, many of them end up in the freezer of Jeanette Weineken, an anatomist from the Florida Atlantic University.
So with any luck, we'll be interviewing Dr. Weineken next Wednesday.
The first leatherback I ever worked on, I transported in the back of my car. I'll never do that again. Ever.
As a child, Jeanette was fascinated by dinosaurs. When she learnt they were extinct, she quickly settled for the next best thing.
I can relate. You see why I want to interview her? Yeah.
She's invited us to help her dissect a giant turtle that was picked up a few days ago. God, it's hot when you get out, isn't it?
Yeah, sure is.
Really warm. So where is the freezer? Here.
Right back here.
The last big turtle that I had anything to do with was a terrapin about that size. So and I thought that was big.
This is going to scale up a wee bit. So.
My God. That is absolutely colossal. It's a monster. Is that...
That's a...
Normal. That's normal.
That's normal. That is an adult male leatherback turtle.
You've got to have a look at this. It is absolutely monstrous. That's 1.5 meters, isn't it?
Oh, it's 2 meters total.
2 meters total. That is a huge...
So this turtle, from snout to tail, is longer than I am tall. That's a big animal right there. I gave this disclaimer earlier to everybody, but now that we've got new people who came in with Reiko and probably some other people who've trickled in, we're going to see some kind of grisly stuff here. I tend to get really grossed out by this too, so if you get squeamish, you do not have to be ashamed of that. I'm right there with you. But it's going to be really fascinating, and we're going to learn a lot, and this is going to be an excellent kind of primer, some nice background information for what we'll be talking about next week, especially when we get a chance to interview Dr. Jeanette Wyneken there. So parts of this are going to be a little bit hard to watch, but at the same time, it's important to really understand these animals and gain a better appreciation for them outside and inside, so that we can work to better protect them. They are at risk of extinction. I'm trying to do everything that I can to raise awareness about these animals and really get people's attention. This is part of that, So let's continue. Age Modoki says, bring it on. Ice Allen says, I'll try it. Yeah. And Reiko says, uh-oh, I'm pretty squeamish and easily grossed out too. Yeah, there's going to be parts of this that are, I'm going to ask people to try and put on your scientist hat but no shame at all if you have to look away, if you want to, turn this off for a while, whatever. But that said, this is going to be fun. We're going to keep it upbeat. It's going to be interesting. Yeah.
Huge animal, but we have to get it to the lab.
Yes, we got to get
So we're going to get it on this trailer. How heavy is this?
It's probably around 350 kilograms to 400 kilograms.
You don't have to stick around.
That's the weight of a horse.
This is a turtle that weighs as much as a horse. A turtle that weighs as much as a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. This is a turtle that weighs as much as this. That's nuts, Oh, man.
So is it going to be a lift from the edge of the shell job?
Well, actually, it's on wheels.
Oh, is it?
We were clever enough, thanks to
That's a hell of an
guys.
evolutionary trick, isn't it?
Yes.
To develop with your own wheels for when you're dead to move you around.
Yeah, so why don't we get a couple of you guys tugging on these ropes?
Mind your fingers.
It sounds a lot better than compared space. Yeah. It's a bit quieter than a Harley.
Okay. Okay, let's go. 2-hour trip down the road. It's absolutely sweltering. The leatherback is the world's largest turtle.
Can you use a more American weight comparison on this? More American than a Harley-Davidson will be? Oh, you mean that metaphor? You're like, oh, could you use a more American? I see what you mean. I was taking your phrasing too literally. Harry Vetch says, imagine getting pulled over. I mean, yeah. Sir, we have ascertained that there is a large object under a tarp-like device being towed by your vehicle. Like, yes, officer, it's a turtle. Sir, I'm gonna need you to step outside. No one's gonna believe that's a turtle.
Is the world's largest turtle. This one struggled ashore alive after being hit by a speedboat.
So this is going to be a little bit grisly, just to warn you, but his flipper is sliced off by the propeller here.
The propeller sliced off his front flipper.
Yeah.
Despite the rescue team's best efforts, he died the next day. We've taken the carcass to a post-mortem room purpose-built for dissecting marine mammals.
You just get a real sense.
Marine mammals, and yet they can still handle a marine reptile. I mean, that's some real versatility there, you know?
So when we've unpacked the tarpaulin of just how massive this turtle is. It's colossal. Absolutely colossal.
We'll have to leave this to thaw overnight before we can explore what lies under its shell.
Anyway, then they do a little interlude here where they look at some nesting loggerhead turtles on the beach. We watched this yesterday. We heard Richard Dawkins repeatedly get wrong what a turtle is. He says, oh, modern sea turtle. Well, here we go. He gets this part wrong.
All modern sea turtles and land tortoises are descended from ancient land tortoises that lived.
That's not true. Sea turtles did not evolve from tortoises. Tortoises are their own group of turtles. They evolved long after the evolution of leatherbacks. This is just straight up wrong. I don't know if this is Dawkins not knowing what he's talking about here, or whether this is this weird British thing where if it has legs, it gets called a tortoise, even though that's not what tortoises are. Again, here's leatherbacks here. Sea turtles are right here. Tortoises are over here. They are not close relatives of sea turtles. Sea turtles did not evolve from tortoises. So I don't know what this is about, but yeah, that part was just wrong. Anyway, let's get back to
measure and tag her so they can monitor the breeding population.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and put these in here right now.
Terrific.
I'm going to go in. I'm going to insert it.
No, good girl. Stay
that's
still.
Okay. It's all good.
So she's tagged.
Yeah, now she's tagged.
So if you ever come back, we're going to know.
It's a loggerhead sea turtle. That's the big head.
Ah, there she goes.
Once her eggs are safely buried, she returns to the sea. Back at the post-mortem room, the giant leatherback has thawed out.
Look at him.
Now we can begin the dissection to try to understand how this animal evolved its defensive anatomy.
And again, this is going to be so cool to be able to, I don't know, I'm really excited for people to get a real primer on leatherback anatomy before we interview one of the world experts on this. But just look at him. It's beautiful.
Marine vet Nancy Metty has been called in from one of Florida's top turtle hospitals. She suspects there may have been something wrong with this turtle before it was hit by the boat.
Oh, and we are going to see that big shoulder wound again here, so brace yourself for that. And hey, Fall on the Blinks, welcome. It's good to have you here.
Right, Nancy, the trauma here, if you peel that back, is pretty obvious.
It's obviously propeller strikes. We've got parallel, sequential cuts through the shell and then into the soft tissue also, and actually
that's even going into his esophagus there.
The left front flipper.
The fact that it got such trauma up the front end here says what to you?
Typically what a sea turtle will do is attempt to evade a boat. When they hear the sound and their hearing is very good in the water, they will begin to dive. I think this turtle was not evading this boat, or not even making an attempt to evade. Potentially could have had some sort of a flotation problem, which was preventing it from being driven underwater by the force of the blade.
Nancy, would this guy have survived if it hadn't been so traumatic, the injury from the prop, and just lost the flipper? Would it have survived or not?
Leatherbacks, because of their enormous size, don't do well with any flipper amputation of the front, whereas other species, smaller species like the loggerheads or the greens, actually can do very well with an amputated front flipper.
Yeah, so there are lots of examples of, I've even seen them in aquaria before. Like a green sea turtle who's just, maybe she's missing her whole front flipper on the left side, and she can still do okay. Leatherbacks, not so much. Yeah. And look at her necklace. Oh, look at that. Yeah, she's got a sea turtle necklace too. Although it looks like a coloniid, a hard shell sea turtle. So that would be not a leatherback here, but one of the other 6 species of sea turtle. They all form a family together, the Coloniidae. The leatherback, Dermocheles, is the only living member of its family, the Dermocheliidae, its own family there.
This loggerhead turtle had both its front flippers sliced off after being caught in a fishing net in Japan. Its swimming was severely impaired until scientists came to the rescue.
Wow.
They created a pair of prosthetic flippers and attached them to the parts of the arm bones that could still move.
Oh my goodness.
The loggerhead took to the artificial adaptation immediately.
Huh.
But unfortunately, our leatherback was beyond surgery.
Are you ready? 1, 2.
I mean, you saw part of his esophagus was actually like torn open, and you could see the papillae, those spikes sticking out. I won't show you again, but we'll see it later on. Yeah.
To go inside a turtle, you first need to turn it over onto its back.
Yeah.
We're going to remove the internal anatomy layer by layer until we end up with an empty shell.
But
we start
important for
by
understanding.
removing the lower protective layer.
Just lift the other end, Joy. How heavy is that?
Can't even get a grip on it.
That's quite a weight, isn't it?
They have a significant layer of blubber inside, and that actually helps them to stay warm when they're swimming through these really, really cold waters. But that is the plastron right there, yes. So when we're talking about turtles, all turtles share this kind of anatomy. The carapace is the upper shell, and the plastron is the lower shell. Here's a diagram of, this might be like a radiated tortoise here. The plastron is the bottom shell. The carapace is up top. And the carapace actually has the ribs and the vertebrae built into it. So yeah. The word plastron is also used in garments. Is it really, Claire? Huh. Interesting. Yeah. Anywho, I think I might put a... We're going to be looking at more of this. I might put a content label on here. Maybe violent or graphic depictions real quick. Is that safe to do? I hope this doesn't like get me in trouble for labeling something like this, but when you go into your stream info, you can change some of the information there. I think that's a fair warning. Graphic depictions. Yeah. Maybe in the title. I mean, it's easy for somebody to click through without noticing the title. I know this because people ask me all the time. What are you doing today? It's in the title. I think this might be a little bit more of a filter there, I guess. So let's do that. Yeah. I just gotta remember to uncheck that for tomorrow's stream when we're not looking at this anymore. And plastron means breastplate in French, like what you find on armor. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. And that actually pops up while live. Oh, that's good to know, StatsBloke. Okay. Had to accept the new terms? There we go. I'm learning too, StatsBloke, yeah. Yeah. Thanks for that feedback. That's helpful. Alright. Alright, brace yourself. We're gonna get back into this. Seeing the inside of a leatherback turtle. It's gonna be kind of gross, but we're learning here. This is important. We're learning about their interior anatomy and how different it is from other turtles, even from other sea turtles. All right, you ready? Let's get back to it.
Joy, who's more familiar with the insides of large whales than giant turtles, is surprised by her first impressions.
Look at that blubber there. You've heard it. I've heard it said many times that, you know, a leatherback turtle, in some ways, it's more like a whale than a turtle. And I always thought that was kind of goofy to say, because of course it is a turtle. But they've kind of convergently evolved similar anatomy to whales in a lot of ways. It's really interesting. And some people do call them whale turtles, Claire, you're right.
You think of a turtle shell as having bone all the way around. There's some bone right over here. But what's really amazing is this part is just fat. So a turtle shell made out of fat is very unusual. In fact, it looks a lot like a marine mammal because it seems to have a blubber layer.
Here we go. Check this out. This is so cool.
In most sea turtles, the lower shell is made up of 9 bones, which are fused together to form a solid plate.
We call that the plastron.
But in the leatherback, these bones are reduced to a ring around the edge.
Yeah, they're barely there. So their ancestors had that full-on plastron, that full-on chest plate. And the leatherback has largely gotten rid of that over time. They've evolved away from that. The earliest fossil turtles that we have are things like, oh goodness, what's it called? Eunotosaurus? There we go. It's thought that these guys probably are, not this guy. Who's the other guy I'm looking for? Drat. What's he called? Odontochelys, maybe? Yeah, there we go. So turtles, before they evolved the carapace, they actually evolved the plastron first. So in the oldest fossil turtles that we have, they don't really have a bony carapace up top, but they've got that plastron underneath, which is really interesting. Like, for whatever reason, it was more important for them, or at least, like, this part became bony before the carapace became bony. Does that make sense? So it would have been presumably softer on top, harder underneath. Again, this is Odontochelys. Odontochelys semitestacea, meaning toothed turtle with a half shell. It's from China, if I remember correctly. Really cool critter. There's a link there for you. Yeah, there we go. There's the paratype. The IVPP, the big Paleontology Museum in Beijing. Really cool. So anyway, interesting that leatherbacks have almost entirely gotten rid of that plastron. Interesting stuff. Kenneth Ye says, I've never seen a turtle without a shell. Odontochelys might not be like... It might not be a true turtle. Like, in order to be a true turtle, it would have to be like an ancestor to all the modern turtles. This might be like an early turtle-ish evolutionary experiment, like a relative, a close relative to the ancestor of all the turtles. But it might not be like a true direct turtle ancestor. It might be like, to put it another way, it might be like an uncle to the turtles. But not... The turtle's great uncle, but not the turtle's grandfather, if that makes sense. A great uncle, says Charlie's Dragon. Maybe. Yeah. So here it says late Triassic relative of turtles. So this is what we would call like a stem turtle. So it's not on the direct branch going to turtles, but it's like part of the stem that's next to it, if that makes sense. Anyway, cool critter. But it it might point to turtles developing the plastron in evolutionary history before they ever evolved the carapace. Interesting stuff. Yeah. And Claire says, looking at green sea turtles, would you hypothesize they might be working on going the leatherback route? Maybe, Claire, because they do, I know they do have that, like, open space in the carapace. You look at a green sea turtle skeleton. So they do have a hard carapace, it's made of bone, but they also have those open spaces there. Other turtles like soft-shell turtles have this too. But in these guys, in the green sea turtle, Colonia mitis, these are still covered by those keratinous osteoderms, or keratinous scutes that go across. So it's still a hard shell. It's just there isn't bone under that part. It's a fingernail-like material called keratin. So yeah, these guys have been doing the same thing for a long time. It doesn't look like maybe they're evolving in the direction of leatherbacks, but who knows what the future holds. If green sea turtles are able to survive, if we don't drive them into extinction as human beings, if they're allowed to thrive and continue on and evolve, maybe 50 million years from now, they will develop a leathery shell, but I kind of doubt it. It does seem like the hard shell is really important to this species and the other hard-shelled sea turtles, because that's their primary protection from predators. There's lots of different animals who would love to chomp on these guys, and the shell does offer a certain degree of protection. So, who knows? Who knows what the future holds? Evolution is hard to predict. Certainly. Anyway, let's get back to our leatherback here, shall we?
Because it seems to have a blubber layer.
In most sea turtles, the lower shell is made up of 9 bones, which are fused together to form a solid plate.
Plastron.
But in the leatherback, these bones are reduced to a ring around the edge.
Yep.
Filling in is this layer of fat, which not only covers the belly, but encircles the entire body. But what's it for?
What's it for?
Leatherbacks are really, really unusual in the...
Any guesses, chat? What do you think that's for, all that fat? What are you gonna do with all that junk? All that junk surrounding that trunk? Keeping warm, insulation, keeping warm in deep ocean. People have been paying attention. I love this. Anyhow. Let's have a look, shall we?
What's it for?
Leatherbacks are really, really unusual in that they are able to maintain a warmer body temperature than the environment. It's generating heat through its muscle action, and that core of heat is basically being trapped to a certain extent by this blubber layer.
So by having a big blubber layer, it's like wearing its own winter jacket. Even though we think of it as a cold-blooded reptile, it's actually not cold inside.
No.
It's maintaining heat inside.
That is essential if you're going up to the waters off of Portugal or Africa. Some of those waters are quite cold, but they're very rich. It's a good place to feed. And if you're a reptile that's got to feed there, you've got to maintain enough body temperature to function.
Yep. A beautiful creature.
Protected by their thermal shield of fat, leatherbacks have been able to conquer the oceans. Leaving Florida's sunny beaches behind, they swim right across the Atlantic to our British shores, where they come to feed on jellyfish, which flourish in our cool seas. In fact, the largest leatherback ever known was found in these waters.
Yeah, they're going to say it's the Welsh specimen, right? This is actually incorrect. But, yeah.
This
yep, there we go. I have this is framed on my wall right here. Yeah.
Giant, caught on a fishing line off the coast of Wales in 1988, was thought to be 100 years old and weighed almost a ton.
you hear this passed around a lot, almost like an urban legend. Like, you know, it weighed more than 2,000 pounds and it was 9 feet long and all this other stuff. But this specimen is still in a museum collections and it's been examined and it's not nearly that big. So somebody made some sort of a goof. Maybe newspapers took this and ran with that figure and exaggerated it or something. But here, I'll there we go. Darren Naish talked about this, I think on his blog, and yeah, Harlech leatherback, that's what it was called. There we go. This is what we were looking for. And this is from this past year. Super cool. World Turtle Day. What kind of a person doesn't love and admire turtles? Oh, shoot.
I like turtles.
I don't know if I'd want to meet that kind of person who doesn't appreciate turtles. Wait, does he not talk about that here? We might have to go to the Wikipedia page. There we go. A previous contender for the world's largest leatherback, the Harlech turtle, was purportedly 8.42 feet long in curved carapace length. That's 256 centimeters. And 916 kilos, or 2,019 pounds in weight. However, recent inspection of its remains, housed at the National Museum Cardiff in Wales, have found that its true curved carapace length is closer to 1.5 meters, about 5 feet long, casting doubt on the accuracy of the claimed weight as well. Yeah. So anywho, hope that makes sense. And turtles are very cool, Aaron864. Especially leatherbacks. They are unique among turtles. I've heard people call them super turtles before. They're truly extraordinary. Yeah.
Thought to be caught on a fishing line off the coast of Wales in 1988, was thought to be 100 years old and weighed almost a ton. Being big is another way these turtles deal with the cold.
Reptiles are traditionally described as cold-blooded, but that's rather misleading. They're not so good at regulating their temperature as mammals and birds are. Lizards do it by moving into the sun to get warm, moving out of the sun to get cool. Now, a large animal, and this probably includes large reptiles like dinosaurs and indeed leatherback turtles, large animals can retain heat because the surface area of the body is relatively small compared to the volume of the body. And leatherback turtles really could be called almost warm-blooded.
There's some researchers who I'd love to interview about this year, about leatherback metabolism, because you hear so many different conflicting terms to describe the metabolism of leatherbacks. Are they actually endothermic? Do they generate their own body heat? Or are they more mesothermic? Or do they exhibit gigantothermy? Or something else? They kind of stretch our definitions, where it's like, shoot, what do we even call them? They're doing something that's just weird and almost unique, you know? Yeah.
But leatherbacks are by no means the largest turtles to have ever existed.
Very cool, Golganek. Yeah.
That record belongs to this extinct relative,
Archelon,
who was 3 times bigger and roamed the seas 70 million years ago.
Yep, so this critter lived in the late Cretaceous of North America and the western interior seaway. There we go. When you had this kind of shallow, semi-tropical sea in the middle of North America, this was where Archelon lived. And I actually have an Archelon skull over here that I will show to you. Hang on a minute, sweetie pie, and I'll show you. Oh, look, you've got treats here, though. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that. Whoa, look at this, sweetie pie. My goodness. It's an Archelon skull. Look at that. Look at how big that is, sweetie pie. This goes... Arr. No, they didn't eat cats. There were no cats around back then. But again, here is the orbit, the eye socket right here. There's the beak. There's no lower jaw on this specimen, but this is my 3D print of an Archelon skull, of course, printed life-size. It's pretty big. Pretty big. It's, we're not quite sure what that animal was eating, and we're not quite sure how closely related it is to leatherbacks. Some phylogenies put it right next to Thermachelidae, and others have them with separate origins, so it's still not well understood how closely related this critter is to modern leatherbacks. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Oh, and here, I should also show you in Prehistoric Planet a couple years ago, a nice representation of Archelon. Here we go, swimming under a T-Rex here. Yeah. Very cool. Anywho, whoop. There we go. So here they're portrayed with leatherback-like longitudinal ridges running over their carapace. Yeah. Yeah. Amazing. Again, we're not super sure how closely related they are to leatherbacks. They might be very close. Like they might be sister families, the protostegids and the dermachelids, or they might be completely separate. It seems like the general consensus right now seems to be leaning toward them being separate radiations of turtles. Like they may have even had a separate marine origin. But we don't really know at this point. It's still debated. How much chomping force? There have been a lot of papers published on that, Dr. Electro, yeah. Yeah, we've got a few different ways of trying to calculate that. I'm not going to get into it right now, but the point is, The take-home message is Tyrannosaurus had extraordinarily powerful jaws. Yeah. Yeah. We're talking about like thousands of pounds per square inch. I've heard over, literally, you know...
Over 9,000!
Over 9,000 PSI. But there's a certain degree of uncertainty there. Anywho, somebody was commenting on the, on this Archelon specimen only having 3 limbs. It is thought that this one was actually bitten off, maybe by a mosasaur. So if you look up Archelon on Wikipedia, you can see a discussion of that. Da-da-da-da. Paleobiology. The right lower flipper of the holotype specimen is missing, and stunted growth of remaining flipper bones indicates this occurred early in life. So it's not like that was missing because it fell off after death or anything. It looks like that was actually bitten off, and it could have been by a small predator when this was still a hatchling. Not really sure. But, yeah.
However big they get, all turtles start off tiny.
And hang on, Addicted to Capping says that depiction confuses me. Why would a T-Rex need to flip the turtle over? Well, Archelon still does have a you know, it's got more of a carapace than a leatherback does. Here it is from the front. You still have those big ribs going across there like this. And so if you're able to get to the underneath, it might be easier, I guess. But yeah, it is an interesting point, you know? Yeah. What are you looking at, sweetie? There's nothing down there. There's nothing down there. Yeah. Okay. You want one of these? Now you're eating them, okay. Anyway. Let's get back to our documentary.
After seeing the female lay her eggs the other night, I've come to Florida's Gulf Coast to find out about the next stage. Getting out to sea alive.
Yeah.
Hey, Eve.
Hey, how are you, Simon?
Not bad. Do you want a hand
Oh, absolutely. Here.
Semi-Tural, I'm
I've
glad you
joined
like
Eve
the khaki.
Haverfield, a conservationist who dedicates her life to saving sea turtles. Every morning, she digs up nests that have hatched and counts how many baby turtles made it out. First, she shows me some of the dangers they face whilst they're still in the egg.
Those little reddish things are fire ants, and they hurt and they can decimate an entire nest of hatchlings.
And that's that hole. Is that a crab?
Yes.
So this nest has not had it easy.
It has not had it easy. We may not either if this crab is still in here. Could be carnage in here.
So are these crabs going to go for us?
They could. If you stick your, go ahead and stick your finger in there, Simon. They could. You could end up with a crab on your finger. It doesn't really hurt. It's just more surprising.
Yeah. I'd rather not be surprised though.
I know.
Whoa. Can't go and do it to this.
Oh no.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm sorry.
I would hate
Oh,
that.
do apologise. That gave me a fright as well, actually, just seeing that thing.
just, as I said, the element of surprise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even before they hatch,
I'm
the
not a big
attrition
fan of
rate
crabs,
is high.
to be honest.
Actually, I've got quite a few here. Oh no, that's bad news as well. These are unhatched, and this one, yeah, that looks just there.
That's been attacked by fire ants. Some hatchlings got out, but I'm not surprised that we're going to be seeing some abnormal eggs. Oh, shoot. We had a storm here at the beginning of August. These little guys apparently had already hatched out of the egg, but not out of the nest, and obviously they drowned. They cannot tolerate, an extended time period underwater. This is so sad. This is not good. But this is nature. I can accept this. I don't like it, but I can accept this more easily than I can something that is done by humans. This is nature. This is part of it. This happened throughout the eons.
Getting out of the nest alive is just the start.
Yep.
A hazardous race to the sea lies ahead. Natural selection ensures only the hatchlings with the best adapted genes survive running this gauntlet. One by one, they're picked off. And just when they think they've reached safety, the ocean's many predators attack.
Again, this is why...
It's thought that only a quarter of the hatchlings will see past their first day. Where they go next is still a mystery. Young turtles are rarely seen. Scientists call this part of their life cycle the lost years, a time when they find food to grow big enough to fend for themselves.
And look at that. So here's the interior of the mouth there. Somebody said nature is metal. Get a load of this. The inside of a leatherback's mouth and throat. Extraordinary.
It's the most weird-looking mouth I have ever seen.
It is kind of a showstopper.
The head is where we'll begin our investigation into how these animals are able to grow so big on a jellyfish diet. Joy wants to look at its feeding anatomy.
So we've taken the head of this turtle off, and I want to take you on the tour of the feeding apparatus because it's actually quite interesting. So the first thing you notice right away is that there's no teeth on this animal, not like you see in a mammal. But there are these pointy extensions that are sticking out of the front and also
papillae
on the top and the bottom. These are acting like teeth. They can certainly slice, and you can see how it's like a big parrot beak as it goes back and forth like this. In fact, if I were to put my finger here, I think I'd lose it because that's pretty sharp. What's really interesting is that as this animal is biting and taking a slice out of the jellyfish, it needs to squeeze the water out of its mouth because it doesn't want to drink all of that seawater. So it's going to actually push the floor of the mouth up and squeeze the water out. And then when you go inside, there's more pointiness. All of this is actually quite bizarre. All of these pointy things here are going to help push the jellyfish down, keep them from coming back up. It's a one-way trip. And not only does it start right here at the mouth, but it goes all the way down the esophagus and all the way down to the stomach.
Yep. And again, that esophagus is really, really long. I think they'll be showing that in a few minutes, but there. Let's find that again. In here. This lovely diagram by Raul Martin. There we go. So the esophagus, like we were talking about, goes down the neck like it normally does, but it doesn't just go straight into the stomach. It goes and loops around almost back to the hips. And then it changes direction and goes into the stomach there. So super long esophagus here. And that has to do with their digestion and what they're eating.
Jellyfish have been roaming the seas for over 500 million years. They're found in every ocean, from the shallows to the deep, and can gather in blooms 100,000 strong.
I think you're talking about the vagus nerve.
These
there,
tentacled
visionary.
beasts are amongst the most venomous creatures on Earth. So with all the seafood to choose from, it's odd that turtles developed a taste for them.
Yeah. So there's a juvenile green sea turtle chowing down on a jelly. All sea turtle species eat jellyfish as at least some portion of their diet. Leatherbacks are the only sea turtle species who feed almost exclusively on sea jellies and other gelatinous zooplankton, things like salps and ctenophores and pyrosomes and things like that.
Why turtles are immune to the sting remains a mystery.
Yeah.
But what's remarkable is how leatherbacks can fuel their giant bodies on this diet. There's not much to a jellyfish.
Yep.
It contains 95% water, so it's a bit like eating nothing but cucumbers.
Yeah.
Can I have a little feel inside? I want
Yeah,
to feel what
there's
it's like to be a jellyfish.
Yeah, be
going down
careful
here.
if you try to come back out. It's
Yeah, no,
very sharp and pointy.
That is really
It's a one-way
weird.
path, Mark. You might not be able to get your hand out easily.
That is weird.
Do I have to
Now,
cut you out?
That is very...
But you can see the trachea there with
strange.
those rings around it.
Very sharp.
We're going to follow the
cartilage
length of the deeply strange digestive system to find out how the leatherback manages on such a low-energy diet.
So if we follow that underneath the windpipe or trachea, we see just the esophagus right here. And we're going to follow that
so long.
underneath the heart. We're going to pull that to the side. So as it runs under the liver, you can see my hand emerging again here. There's the continuation of the esophagus right here. So it continues around this corner like this, comes back up here where the propeller had cut through the esophagus, so you still see those pointy things in the esophagus here.
So again, those papillae, the pointy things, go all the way down the esophagus, down the whole length. It's not just in the throat. It goes all the way, since the esophagus reaches all the way back to the hips and then back around, it's super, super long, and it's got papillae lining the whole thing.
Loops around again here, goes again under this piece of liver, and eventually ends up in the stomach, comes back around on this side.
It turns out the leatherback has an extraordinarily convoluted digestive tract.
Yep. We'll get to that, Claire. Look, check this out. This is wild.
In other animals, the food pipe leads directly from the mouth to the stomach.
So that's how it works with us. Just direct path, simple, no frills. It's not how it is in a leatherback.
But in the leatherback, it takes a circuitous course around the stomach, making it 6 times longer than other sea turtles.
And I think I think this is almost underselling it. I want to say it actually goes further back, like almost near the pelvis. But wow, right? Just nuts.
It is already looking phenomenally long.
Look at that.
Joy, it's funny, isn't it? It doesn't matter how many times you do this, it never ceases to amaze me how many miles of digestive system there are inside of an animal. We've got the whole of the digestive system now out on the table, and look at this. This is the inside of the esophagus, or the food pipe going from the mouth down to the stomach. And I tell you, if I showed a...
So a leatherback turtle, despite having a neck that's what, like this long, it has an esophagus longer than that of a giraffe. How wild is that, you know? It might have the longest esophagus of any reptile. It might have the longest esophagus of any living animal, come to think of it. I struggle to think of one that's longer. Maybe some whales, but whales also have a very short neck. So I don't know. Yeah. That's why I said living animal there, Claire. Elasmosaurus would definitely... Shoot. Plesiosaurs, elasmosaurs. They've got extraordinarily long necks. They would definitely have a longer esophagus. You're talking about like a 20, 25 foot long neck on these guys. Sauropod dinosaurs would also have a much longer esophagus, but we're talking about a turtle here. know? Wild.
Photograph of that to 20 of my mates who are vets and said, what is that?
And Henny's, yeah, the papillae there are to keep their prey from going back out of the mouth. Because I think what they do is they'll slurp up those jellies, and they go inside, and then as they're doing that, they're also ingesting a ton of water. So they have to get rid of that water, and those papillae pointing backwards keep the jellies from shooting out as they're shooting out all the water. I think that's how it works. And there was a neat illustration of that. Here. Let's see if I can find that, because there was a nifty cartoon that I saw helps illustrate that. We're looking. Leatherback throat. I don't know what the search terms were that I used for this. Oh, you know what I can do? Color black and white. There it is there. Yeah. Yeah. So as they eat, their stomach fills up with food and seawater. Not just their stomach, but their esophagus. Then they get rid of all the water, expel it. The spines trap food and keep it from coming out. It's basically a reverse filter. There you go. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Trick Track says that would make it very difficult to puke out a plastic bag. Yes. Absolutely. That is one of the dangers that these animals face, is ingesting plastic pollution in the water. Because you know what sea jellies look like in the water? They look like plastic bags. You know? So yeah, it's an issue for sure. Anyhow.
They'd never in a million years say it was the inside of an esophagus. It is the weirdest thing I have ever seen inside an animal.
It's totally sea turtle.
And they go from really quite small here up near the mouth, and as you get kind of 2 feet in here, they are absolutely colossal. I mean, look at that. Yeah. It's like a finger, very pointy, and then down at the base of it, there's loads more. And it's incredibly thick, the wall.
Yes, and keep in mind, many of them are feeding in cold areas.
Anyway, hang on. We'll get back to this in a second. But Jellican says, I remember seeing the contents of birds all plastic. It's so sad. I mean, yeah. So here is an albatross. This might be an albatross chick who had been fed by its parents. It died, obviously, and look at all the plastic junk inside of it. This is a serious, serious problem. You know, it's bad. Obviously, it's not just seabirds, it's turtles and other organisms, too. Yeah. Here. Here's a link to that right there. I don't know. That's honestly one of the reasons why I'm proud to be a resident of California. We've had a plastic bag ban that it's been very successful in this state. Single-use plastic bags like this, can't get them at grocery stores anymore. And that's a step in the right direction, honestly. There's a thing that I would like to do at some point this year, maybe at this rate, it might be in March, we'll see. But doing a little fundraiser for leatherback turtle conservation. We'll be raising money for leatherback turtle conservation by screen printing and selling canvas tote bags. So if you would like to bring a canvas bag to the store, and reuse it. A really cool one with a really cool leatherback turtle image on it. I'm thinking about taking this image right here and converting it to a like single color design that I can screen print on canvas tote bags. We can sell these, like, you can buy them, chat, as a fundraiser, and I'll hand print it live on stream and then mail it to you. That's kind of the idea. And then the proceeds will go toward leatherback turtle conservation. I need to work out some of the details with some leatherback researchers, but this is an ambition that I have, something that I want to do soon, in the next couple months. So, yeah. But yeah, this is a sticker that I made right before TwitchCon this year. So if you saw me at TwitchCon, chances are you got handed one of these. But yeah, and you can actually see the papillae in the mouth right there in this design. I really wanted to include that. Super cool, right? Yeah. Anyhow. Thanks, Claire. Yeah. Anyhow, I might modify that design, or I might do a new one from scratch, but I want to have that on tote bags that I will hand print live on stream, and then yeah, sell them to anybody who wants them. Yeah, and I'm glad you like that, Brave Emily. Thank you. Yeah, and hello, Demon Prince. Howdy. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon, we did have that earlier where in California you had to pay for like a plastic bag, but then too many people were doing that and there were still too many plastic bags ending up in the oceans, and so they decided we're just going to get rid of the whole plastic bag thing entirely. A lot of people were really upset about that. I thought it made sense, you know? But yeah. Anyway, let's get back to this.
Colossal. I mean, look at that. It's like a finger, very pointy, and then down at the base of it, there's loads,
And yes, Demon
loads
Princess,
more.
we're looking at some kind of grisly stuff today with a leatherback dissection, so I wanted to put like a content warning label on that.
And it's incredibly thick, the wall.
Yes, and keep in mind, many of them are feeding in cold areas, and so you actually see the muscular wall and then this insulating fat. So if these animals can insulate...
And Clipper, I'm pretty sure it is a statewide ban. Don't you just love Google Chrome sometimes? Oh, it just disappeared. There we go. Here it is again. It's got a red underline underneath California. I spelled it correctly, and it's like, nope, that's not a word.
Lope tells me you're one of these archaeologist fellas.
Well, it's pretty near the mark. Actually, I'm a...
N Simple X Pachinko and their 12 raiders would also like to dig deeper.
Thank you, N Simplex Pachinko, for the raid there. How you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Hope you're having an excellent day. Hope you had an excellent stream. Thank you, Simplex. It's good to see you. We're talking about leatherback turtles again today, and I was just investigating. I think that plastic bag ban did go into effect, and yeah, single-use and thick reusable plastic bags are now banned at all California grocery stores and pharmacies as of January 1st, 2026, to close previous environmental loopholes. Yeah. But yeah, it is statewide, Claire. Maybe the grocery stores in your area are not in compliance, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. But yeah. I didn't recognize it as a proper noun. It says sensei, maybe, but then that would be I would think that would be a blue underline for grammar, but I don't know. It doesn't really matter. I'm being nitpicky here. Let's continue with our documentary here. Simplex and Raiders, we are watching a documentary about leatherback turtle interior anatomy, internal anatomy. There is a beautiful male leatherback who was tragically killed by a boat. The propeller just sliced him up, took off one of his flippers. And so this team of scientists and anatomists and veterinarians and a TV presenter from the UK, right here, they're opening this animal up and learning about what's going on inside. And holy cow, it's remarkable. Here is Dr. Jeanette Wyneken, who, with any luck, will be interviewing a week from today, next Wednesday. She is one of the world authorities on sea turtles, especially leatherbacks. So, cool stuff. This is going to be a little bit grisly, but it's all in the name of science, you know? It's important stuff.
Keep in mind, many of them are feeding in cold areas, and so you actually see the muscular wall and then this insulating fat. So if these animals can insulate and not lose body heat as the food comes in, especially when they're bringing in cold water, they're saving energy.
It's an insulated food pipe.
It's an insulated food pipe.
It's so cool.
So I love these animations. These are great. But again, some of these like leatherbacks are going as far north as like the North Sea above Norway, north of Norway. As far south as the southern island of New Zealand. Very cold water there. Like sometimes there's icebergs floating around. And they're feeding on jellies. And so not only do they have to insulate their outside with that like thick layer of blubber in order to keep themselves warm, but they've got insulation around the lining of their esophagus. So all this cold seawater that they're taking in, that's not going to sap heat from the inside. That's kind of remarkable, isn't it? Yeah. And Thai dinosaur. That's an interesting idea, Dr. Electro. Yeah.
This long, spiky food pipe is the key to how this turtle can cope with its diet of jellyfish.
Yep.
For this giant, its feeding philosophy is quantity, not quality. To prevent its stomach filling with seawater, the food pipe acts as a temporary storage vat.
There you go.
When
See?
it fills, muscles squeeze the water out, whilst the finger-like papillae keep the jellies in.
Does that make sense? So a key part of what they're doing, like they need to take in massive quantities of jellies, and they'd be crammed in even tighter than this, obviously. But yeah, does that make sense now? How cool is that, you know? Amazing.
Before they're then passed into the stomach.
Yep. And Demon Prince wants to know, how do they deal with the stinging cells of jellies? We don't know. It's still a mystery. That's one of the things that we still don't really understand about leatherbacks. We'll see if we can ask Dr. Wyneken next week, if we get a chance to interview her, which it looks like we will, hopefully. She might have some hypotheses there, or she might just say, we don't know. They're such cool animals, you know?
This unique adaptation allows the leatherback to eat its body weight in jellyfish in just one day.
Amazing. Amazing. And with the pointy things fossilized, the papillae, no, they're soft tissue. And so only under very, very specific circumstances would they fossilize. And I don't think they ever have been found as fossils. So, yeah. Again, I think it might be cartilage in there that gives them that kind of rigidity. But I'm not totally sure. Yeah. And Avocado says they sound like something out of science fiction almost. So cool. I mean, Other people have made this joke before I have. But, yeah. Here we go. The mouth of a leatherback sea turtle compared to a sarlacc pit from Return of the Jedi. Yeah, Ivan did a little video demonstration. Let's see if I can find that. I gotta remember it's in my alerts. There we go. There you go. Yeah.
There's very little in this turtle's stomach, but something else catches Nancy's eye.
So Nancy, what have you got down here?
Well, we're still examining the mucosal surface here of the stomach, and there are these black lesions here, which can be typical for some sort of worm eggs. These creamy white ones are more classic for tapeworm-infested larvae, so we'll be biopsying those as well.
Anything in here, Nancy, that you're seeing at the moment gives you seen possible parasites?
And I'm glad you found that amusing, everybody. It took way too long to make. I'm a little embarrassed about that, but it was fun. Yeah. Here, do you want to see it again real quick? Yeah. Both of your turtle videos are Star Wars themed. Oh, interesting, Claire Burr. The Turtle Strikes Back. Yeah. I like I hadn't even thought about that. But you're totally right, Claire. What Claire is referring to is my other turtle video sting is this.
I like turtles.
That was a Coloniid sea turtle there. A hardshell sea turtle, not a leatherback. But yeah. I did that one years ago, too. Yeah. Anywho, I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah, back to this. We'll see if we can get through the rest of this documentary in the next 40 minutes. I kind of doubt it, but let's see. Here.
There's any indication about this animal being unwell enough to be underweight?
Not necessarily. You know, parasites are typical for wild animals, so we don't necessarily, unless it's an overwhelming parasitemia, we don't necessarily consider it a cause of death. It could be.
And hang on, I like that people are talking about the great Atuan space turtle. There is a fossil leatherback turtle named after Terry Pratchett. Dermachelyidae. So this is the leatherback turtle family. Today there's only one species. Of course, the modern leatherback, Dermachelys coriacea. But there is a fossil leatherback from New Zealand. Is it Cephalorus? I'm forgetting. Could be Eospargus. Yeah, there we go. Cephalorus. So here is the skull of one at the Los Angeles the Natural History Museum of Los Angeles. We used to call it LACM, but now it's NHMLA. Here we go. This is Cephalorus terrypratcheti, named after Sir Terry Pratchett. It was discovered in the 1990s by Richard Kohler in New Zealand and named in 1995 after the author Terry Pratchett, who wrote a series of fantasy books set in a world carried on the back of a giant turtle. So the species reached 2.3 to 2.5 meters in body length. Holy cow, it was bigger than modern leatherback. Yeah. So 7.5 to over 8 feet in body length. Modern leatherbacks get up to about 5, maybe approaching 6 feet. So yeah, pretty neat. Here's a link to that. Oh, thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Charlie's Dragon way ahead of me. Nice. Anyway, pretty cool.
Part of why they were ill, but it rarely is the cause.
From parasites to predators, there's not a lot that can kill an adult turtle. Apparently, not even old age. In the sea, they can live to 100. And on land, giant tortoises can live over 2 centuries, making them the longest living of all large animals. It's even possible that some...
well, actually, Greenland sharks are known to live longer than that. Up to like 500 years. And they get big. Longevity. They have the longest lifespan of any known vertebrate, estimated to be between 250 and 500 years. Pretty extraordinary. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, of all land animals? I think he said of all large animals. Let's see.
Over 2 centuries, making them the longest living of all large animals.
He should have said land animals. Maybe he misread the script. Who knows? But yeah. And Wikipedia says 392 plus or minus 120. It's a huge disparity. I think... Yeah, you're right, Marth. That is a big error bar there. Anyway.
It's even possible that some still alive today may have seen Charles Darwin when he visited the Galapagos Islands in 1835. The secret to their long life is not just a protective shell, but remarkably strong organs, which don't break down as they age.
Yep.
Slow and steady really can win the race. It seemed like nothing could touch them.
And so it is, yeah, Demon Prince says, I wonder what allows them to live with that. For turtles, they do tend to have very slow metabolisms. And so that's probably part of it. They don't have to ingest very much food most of the time. And so they, I don't know, digestion can kind of give you a lot of wear and tear on your internal organs, as I understand it. So that's probably part of it. But they're also just very good at healing. There are turtles that have survived grievous injuries. Like, to the point where, like, their spine is severed and they're paralyzed, and slowly their body stitches their spine back together, and then they can regain the use of their back legs and stuff like that.
Let's protect our fossils.
Extraordinary, you know?
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
Speaking of healing, Mocha Healer, thank you for the prime there. Really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. And Harry Vetch says, I heard something that there was a tortoise met Charles Darwin and Steve Irwin. Interesting. Yeah. There's a really good book about turtles in general, and it has to do a lot with like their resilience and healing abilities and their sense of time and everything else. It's a lovely read called Of Time and Turtles by Cy Montgomery. I just read this past fall. Of Time and Turtles, Mending the World Shell by Shattered Shell. By Cy Montgomery. Really good stuff. I really like Montgomery's writing. It's extraordinarily thoughtful and respectful of these animals without being too like sentimental. It's really nice. I like it a lot, and I'd recommend it. So yeah. Eddie. Back to this.
Until man came along. For centuries, pirates, whalers, and explorers stocked up their ships with them. They weren't just easy to hunt and tasty to eat. These reptiles can survive without food or water for up to a year, which made them the perfect livestock for the long voyages at sea.
I think some of them went extinct. I think on a few
In
islands.
the Galapagos Islands alone, 200,000 giant tortoises were killed in just 3 centuries of slaughter.
When it comes to survival, the odds are really stacked against the sea turtles. Their nests are invaded by ferocious fire ants and crabs that devour their eggs. Those are lucky enough to emerge to the surface are easy pickings for birds. And those that make it as far as the sea face the ferocious jaws of sharks and fish and even other turtles. But if you think you couldn't make a bad situation worse, some turtles face another hurdle, because that is the Gulf of Mexico. And out there, there's oil.
It's rough. Thanks, British Petroleum. I mean, oh goodness.
In 2010, an explosion on the Deepwater Horizon oil rig unleashed a...
It was due to lax safety standards and just, it's like they were trying to cut costs as usual. And honestly, like, we don't have strong enough regulations here in the U.S. Even though this was an international company, it's just... And Mirth says, what turtle eats turtles? I've heard it said multiple times that occasionally a sea turtle might swallow a baby sea turtle if it encounters it, but I've never actually seen confirmation of this. It's just something you hear repeated a lot.
Vast slick of crude oil, covering an area the size of Scotland, smothering marine life. President Obama called the tragedy the environmental equivalent of 9/11.
We will not rest until this well is shut, the environment is repaired, and the cleanup is complete.
Although
there's so many people, not just animals who were killed here, but people who lost their livelihoods, people who lost their jobs, who lost their homes. Like, this was infuriating that this was allowed to happen, you know?
The rig was 60 kilometers off the coast. So much oil was released that it took only 6 weeks for it to start washing up on the beaches. A turtle disaster loomed. Once they hatched, a whole generation of turtles would head straight into the deadly sludge. With no time to spare, a rescue operation was launched. The plan was for hundreds of volunteers to try to dig up all the eggs laid over the nesting season and transport them across the state from the devastated beaches of the Gulf of Mexico, 800 kilometers to the oil-free Atlantic coast.
So again, this is just in Florida. This is not even in Louisiana or Mississippi or Alabama, the beaches there. This is just Florida.
Here, NASA's Kennedy Space Center joined the rescue efforts, offering its temperature-controlled
The movie list says human beings are such a bane for this planet. We don't have to be, though. That's the thing. Like, look at these people helping out. Like, within our species, within Homo sapiens, you can have the most disgusting hatred, carelessness, and greed, or the most beautiful generosity and thoughtfulness and kindness. Like, the choice is ours. Which one do you want to be? You know, what do you want to embody?
Where the eggs could complete their incubation until they hatched. 70,000 turtles now had a second chance in life. Fortunately for Eve, her hatchlings here in southwest Florida escaped the catastrophe.
In this area, the oil did not present itself here as an oil slick. It may be on the floor of the Gulf, but it's not here on the surface, and that's why we're able to let them go into the Gulf rather than relocating them.
Yeah, but that's incredible crisis biology, that idea of taking them from one coast and putting them on another just because there's nothing else you can do.
I mean, that's also going to mess with their population genetics, too. Like, you're getting gene flow to a spot where you probably wouldn't have had otherwise. I wonder if there were some turtle biologists who were against that idea. I could understand that from a certain perspective, you know?
The decision to move the eggs was made knowing it could upset one of nature's most mysterious migrations. As adults, turtles return to the coasts where they were born to lay their own eggs.
That sounds interesting. It's a game, right? Not a song.
So whether the rescued hatchlings will find their way back to the beaches where they were laid, or where they swam out to sea, remains to be seen.
Yeah.
Should they return, they will do so for the most important part of their life cycle: mating.
Okay, so I think we're going to get into the reproductive gear of a leatherback turtle here. This is a male, and so it's okay to giggle and chuckle and stuff like that, but, you know, we can all be mature adults about this. Yeah, and it's fascinating. A little gross, but fascinating. Let's take a look.
One of the most amazing things about this is we basically have this animal that lives in a box. And when they mate, you have to get two boxes to fit together. So when a female accepts the male, he climbs on her back. But then you've got all this shell in the way. And so they actually have a very large internal penis that becomes externalized. And it's a pretty impressive structure.
It's certainly larger than I thought it would be for a turtle, but it's not nearly as big as it is in a whale. Because whales don't have this whole box problem. The whole problem they have is that they just have to reach each other, and they're so big-bodied.
Yes.
But with the turtles, I can certainly see that would be a problem. But doesn't this have to then bend to get around to the female? So how does it do that?
It's mobile.
Yep.
So it's got muscles in it.
It's got muscles in it, exactly.
And prehensile penis. Okay, well now they're getting more like whales.
This groove is the groove for delivery of sperm.
Whales have a similar thing.
So it's not internal into a tube. It's actually just a trough.
It's a trough.
So the sperm could spill out of this trough?
Well, it's internalized into the female.
Okay.
When engorged, it does become much more tube-like. You know, at this point, there really isn't the congestion of blood that you'll see when they're mating.
Wild. Yeah. I might fast forward through this part.
Right, mate.
It's really funny, but yeah. I don't want to dwell on this if that's okay.
So how long does the actual coupling take? Have we watched this? Hours. So they're actually, they're intertwined for hours in the water.
In the water.
They're swimming in concert while they're mating. It's very romantic.
I don't know if they're swimming in concert, but it's her job to get them to the surface to breathe.
They'd have to be. I mean, have you ever tried to paddle a canoe with somebody that's not paddling with you? It doesn't work out very well.
I mean, that's the thing, though, is I don't think the male is paddling. I do not think he is, you know?
As elegant as it looks, having sex underwater has its risks. Jealous rival males will exploit a mating pair's need to come to the surface to breathe, and they'll force them apart. Interestingly, a female welcomes the competition. She'll mate with several males.
And so this is interesting too. The way to tell a male and female sea turtle apart, externally, without even looking at the reproductive gear, even if that's retracted, the male has got a much longer tail than the female does. And so I think this is really interesting in that, like, when we're talking about sea turtles, like leatherbacks or green turtles or loggerheads or whomever, when you see depictions of them, whether it's like on a t-shirt or in a painting or like a plastic model, you almost always see females because it's almost always got a short tail. I'll show you. I've got a bunch of different plastic leatherback models over here. And they pretty much all depict females. With leatherbacks in particular, since the females are the only ones who ever come back onto the beach, those are the only ones that most people see. And so when you have artists or toy manufacturers or whomever depicting these animals, they almost always show a female because that's just what people are familiar with a short tail, where the tail doesn't expand, it doesn't extend past the pygal process, that back of that teardrop-shaped shell. The tail doesn't really extend much further past that. With all of these are all, whether they're thinking about it or not, when they're designing these, they're making them all female. See? A male has got a much longer tail. To the point where it almost looks strange because we're not used to seeing it. So here is a male leatherback aboard the Sheila B. research vessel. Look how long his tail is. Contrast that with, with this right here. See? Yeah. It also saves on material, I guess, Simplex, yeah. Anyway. Yeah. This is probably the first time in his life, this individual is nicknamed Ricky. Ricky Ricardo, this particular turtle. They get nicknames when they come up onto a research vessel like this. This is probably his first time on a hard surface like that, out of the water, since he first hatched. Oh, yeah. Interesting to think about, right? Yeah. And Moose Not Moose says, what is that? What do you mean? That's Dermachelys coriacea, leatherback sea turtle. That's what we're talking about today. I'm getting involved with leatherback research and conservation. We're going to be having some special streams about this next week. And so we're watching a little video as a nice kind of primer on all this, Yeah. But Lucy's got some explaining to do? You bet, Nannies, yeah. Anyway, we're talking about these critters. One of the world's most remarkable living animals. Leatherback sea turtle. Extraordinary creature. Straight out of the Cretaceous period. They are the last of their kind, the last of a grand lineage of ancient marine reptiles. They're the last member of their family. All the other sea turtle species belong to a separate family. The Cheloniidae, they all have hard shells. Leatherbacks diverged before they evolved. Not some sort of ancestral kind of sea turtle. They don't have that hard shell like the hard shell sea turtles. They've got a leathery shell. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Extraordinary animals. So, yeah, we're watching a documentary about leatherback turtle internal anatomy. Internal anatomy. But there's going to be some blood and guts here. Just, it's a dissection. So be aware. Yeah.
About 10 days to 2 weeks after mating, the females come
So this is Dr. Jeanette Weineken, and with any luck, we'll be interviewing her next Wednesday, a week from today.
Shore and lay their eggs. They'll lay a clutch and then another clutch a few weeks later and another clutch a few weeks later.
Oh,
so
wow. I thought it was just one.
No, it's a whole series of clutches.
Yeah. And are they buoyant or denser than normal? I think compared to other sea turtles, they're a little bit more dense, and so they're less buoyant. They're kind of closer to neutral buoyancy. But I think they're still slightly buoyant, all things being equal, especially when they have lungs full of air.
Once the eggs are laid, they're abandoned and left to their own fate.
Not abandoned. I mean, they're carefully buried, and the mother turtle makes sure she really tries to do that right. You might notice here, too, like, what's going on here? What? Why are these eggs different sizes? What's the deal with that? Shouldn't they all be the same size? And, well, the eggs are all... Well, actually, here, let me take a guess, chat. What do you think's going on here? Why do some of them seem to be different sizes? I don't know if we've talked about this before. Any guesses? Got different sizes here? She's laying some infertile ones, different fathers, males and females. Just for fun? For the young turtles to eat, says Murph. That's an interesting idea. Different genders, yeah, says Seviturl. Different size hatchlings, staggered hatching time. These are all, there's some interesting guesses in here. The eggs are actually all the same size. Not all of these are eggs. I'll explain in a second, but first I want to point out that leatherbacks, like all other sea turtles, they don't have chromosomal sex determination. So the sex of the embryo is determined by the temperature in the surrounding sand. And they'll probably talk about that here in a bit. Hotter temperatures yield more females. Cooler temperatures yield more males. So again, whether a hatchling is male or female, that is entirely dependent upon the temperature of the nest. Which is really interesting. It's called temperature-dependent sex determination. I think they'll probably talk about that in a bit. But here, these little ones are not actually eggs. They don't have a yolk and they don't have an embryo inside. They've been termed SAGs, S-A-G, shelled albumin gobs. And there's a bunch of different ideas. We don't quite understand, I think, what's going on here. It might just be that, like, the female has got to produce a lot of eggs really quickly, and there's a limited number of embryos, and so some of the excess material that makes the shells and the other stuff, this is just kind of like surplus material. And so her body is just producing these gobs with nothing in them. Like, no embryo, no yolk inside. And then it all gets laid in, and there might be some advantage here. It might help ventilate the nest, like if there's some spacing in between eggs. It might have something to do with maintaining proper temperature or something, but it might also just be like her body's got to produce a ton of eggs very quickly, and so getting the quantities all exactly right isn't really feasible, and so just the surplus material just gets, you know, laid out in these shelled albumin gobs. So yeah. And here we can read about it here if you'd like to. Wait, is it not mentioned here in the article? Weird. This would be a weird oversight to not have that in the Lordy, thank you for the 68 months of support. Holy cow, Lordy. That's our brand new alert right there,
Best
too.
68 months of my life.
Mine too, Lordy. Holy cow, thank you for the ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Holy cow. Good stuff. Good stuff. There we go. They lay weird eggs that are not even eggs, shelled albumin gobs containing no yolk that serve no apparent purpose, and we've looked for one. Yeah, I don't know. This is something that maybe we can ask some of our leatherback experts about over the next weeks and months. But yeah, wild stuff. Charlie's Dragon, I think quite astutely here, says, my guess is that it's just a fluke. It's not evolutionarily harmful, so there's no pressure to fix it. I think you might be right about that. Yeah. But we can see if Jeanette has any views on this. I should add that to our list of questions.
Once the eggs are laid, they're abandoned and left to their own fate. Strangely, as the female heads back to sea, tears can often be seen running down her cheeks.
Yeah.
Legend has it that these are tears of sadness.
Yeah. That's probably not true. I mean, she's also doing that in the water. You just don't see it because she's underwater. But they've got these huge salt glands, and they might even talk about that here. I haven't actually seen this before, so... Yeah, here we go.
The mystery of why turtles cry can be solved by looking inside the head.
All right, let's see those salt glands, I guess.
That's the height of neurosurgery in sea turtles right there. That's it.
Yowza.
So inside the head of the leatherback, you would expect to see primarily brain. But what you find is the brain was just in this little channel right in the middle.
Yep.
And the biggest things in the brain are the salt glands, which
in the
are
skull there,
effectively acting like kidneys. Different animals handle salt in different ways. The sea turtle, they have no choice but drinking salt water, taking salt water in. They have to get rid of the salt.
Yep.
Sometimes you'll hear about turtles coming up and crying while they're nesting. What you're really seeing is the products of these giant salt glands.
Look at that, just wild, you know? Absolutely wild. And again, we had that in our illustration here. I really need to bookmark this, so I can just refer to it really quickly. There we go.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that in nature...
Oguna Badger, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. There's those salt glands there. Yeah. Again, lovely illustration by Rule Martin. Check that out. It looks like a brain, but it's not. Massive salt glands capture excess salt from the turtle's jellyfish diet and from all the seawater that they ingest, and excrete it in viscous tears. There you go. Just wild, you know?
The material that comes out of those glands is a viscous, salty tear. It's the excess salts. And in the water, of course, you don't see them because they're being washed away. But on land, the tears will accumulate, and it makes the turtle look like it's crying.
It's hard to believe that this head could ever have evolved to house kidney-like organs. But perhaps the strangest evolutionary puzzle is how the turtle got its shell.
Yeah. Oh man, this is cool. This is such a, you know, there's so much discussion of this in paleontological circles too. So this is right up my alley. Discussion of the carapace and plastron and all of that. H. Modokai says, that's crazy. I mean, these are remarkable animals. There's everything about them is astonishing, you know? They're just superlative creatures. They're so cool. And do they need that salt, or can they also swim in freshwater rivers, asked Trooper? there's nothing for them to eat in freshwater rivers. If you see a leatherback turtle in freshwater, like something is very badly wrong. These are animals that usually live way out in the middle of the ocean. They don't even typically hang out near coastlines most of the time, unlike other sea turtles. Other sea turtles will regularly come up on the beach to bask and stuff like that. You'll see green sea turtles doing that. Like in Hawaii, they love to do this. Sometimes hang out with marine mammals on the beach like that. You will never see a leatherback doing this. They're pelagic species, open ocean. They're not hanging out near the coasts like other sea turtle species are. So yeah. Leatherbacks, they sometimes do, I think, bask on the surface of the ocean, so they'll come up and maybe get a few sun rays here and there, but they kind of don't need to as much as other sea turtles. And Coretas do that too? Yes, Wolvulus, yeah. Yeah, loggerheads and hawksbills, they will do that as well. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Okay, so this is gonna be grisly here. Just gird yourself.
Before we try to piece that together, we're going to see how the turtle adapted to life underwater.
There's very little left inside the shell apart from 2 lungs, which to me look incredibly small for what is a kind of expert diver.
They look small to me too.
Yeah?
Let's see what happens when we put some air in them.
Okay. This is going to be a little gross too, but really interesting. Really interesting. Take a look.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's incredible.
Look how much they expand.
That looks much more like what I was expecting. See how quickly it just recoils and drives the air out. One of the characteristics of sea turtle lungs is they're highly elastic, and that's one of the ways they can bring air in quickly and get rid of it quickly. Because when these animals come to the surface, they exhale.
They're breathing like we would sneeze all at once.
Yes.
These bellow-like lungs enable leatherbacks to hold their breath for up to 30 minutes and dive to over 1,000 meters. But we've noticed there's something wrong with this leatherback's lungs.
Okay, so we got quite a big leak out here.
Yeah, that lung's a lot smaller.
Yeah.
It looks like the boat propeller penetrated the shell and sliced through this lung.
Which is amazing that this poor turtle, he survived for, it seems like a few days after this boat strike. Something like that would kill a person really quickly, I think. If you have like a massive, breach of your lung like that, like you're a goner. It shows just how incredibly tough these animals are, that he lasted that long after literally having his body cavity sliced open by a propeller blade. Just, like, that is difficult to imagine, right? Yeah. Jeez.
Nancy wants to take a closer look for the post-mortem.
Well, this is the left lung that's been removed from the body. This wound right here was actually created by the propeller, and as the lung was inflated, you could see air escaping from the lung here. That was actually happening during life as well. Each time the sea turtle would inhale, air would be released into the body cavity. The lung was failing to inflate properly. Suffocation could be a cause of death. Blood loss could be a cause of death. The amount of trauma here is tremendous. And it was just a matter of this turtle being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
On the beach, Simon and Eve are still hoping to save some lives. They're looking for any hatchlings trapped inside their nests.
And there it is.
Batch of shells. That's a sign that at least some of them have made it out. Hopefully many more.
Got one. Got one. Oh, baby, honey. Welcome. Welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, did you just see what he did? Had his little flippers on the back? That's his camouflage. When they do this, they're resting and swimming out in the Gulf. They'll put their little flippers on the back of their shell, and they look like leaves, so birds don't scoop them up as food. And underneath, they're relatively light, so that as fish look up, they don't see this light air, so they're kind of camouflaged.
So this is called counter shading, and a lot of different animals have this. We've talked about this many times here on this panel. But counter shading is like a really basic kind of camouflage. Used by everything from like many invertebrates to a lot of marine vertebrate animals, sharks and bony fishes alike. Penguins famously have really stark camouflage, counter shading like this. Dark on top, light underneath. So from above, you blend in with the dark ocean. From underneath, your light underbelly blends in with the light sky. Counter shading. There's even like a lot of military counter shading too. Is this a... That's not a Hawk or Hurricane. That's a Supermarine Spitfire, right? Dark on top, with the camouflage spots. Light underneath, to blend in with the sky. It's not going to blend in perfectly, but sometimes it's just enough to be able to buy you a few seconds of time, or make you just slightly less visible. Sometimes it makes all the difference, you know? So yeah, that's what these guys have too.
Move them up as food. And underneath, they're relatively light, so that as fish look up, they don't see this light air, so they're kind of camouflaged against the surface of the water. So they have many ways to hide.
Very cool. And Starmy says, would it be an option to shelter the babies in, say, big tanks until they are larger? It's kind of a controversial proposition, as I understand it. Like, sometimes this is called head starting them. But there are research groups that do this. Sometimes it's just trying to study these babies to figure out how they work so that we can figure out how to better protect them. I don't know if anybody's actually trying to grow them in captivity in order to improve their chances. I don't know if we really understand them well enough to know if that's actually helping or if that would be hindering them. Yeah, and Science Streams, how are you doing? Welcome, Belinda. Hope you're having an excellent day. Howdy, Science. They are very cute, aren't they?
The guy's a bit of a straggler, but lucky for him, we found him. We can take him out to the oceans to join his brothers and sisters.
Got another one.
Oh.
Oh, little guy.
The second hatchling looks a lot scrawnier than the first one we found. It's not uncommon for some to come out this way.
You know, it is going to be a survival of the fittest out there. If one is consumed by predators out there, but the robust one gets away while the other one is being consumed, then, you know, that's how it is.
I can't believe how teeny they are. So these aren't leatherbacks. These are going to be, I don't know if these are greens. They might be Ridleys. They might be, which species of Ridley do they have in Florida? I don't remember if it's the Kemps or the Olives Ridley. But yeah, anyway, even baby leatherbacks are very, very small. So an adult could be enormous. You know, like this. But they hatch out no bigger than this. This is a 3D printed baby leatherback. Right here. I still need to paint these up properly, but this is how big they are when they first hatch. They still have this big goofy pectoral flippers like that, but not a big animal, you know? They are the largest of the sea turtle hatchlings of all 7 species, but they're not that much bigger than, say, a baby green or loggerhead. They are kind of shockingly small. They go from this to weighing close to 2,000 pounds if they're lucky enough to survive till adulthood and reach their adult size. Yeah. Timmer Squanch says, do humans ever target them for... Oh, yeah. There have been entire populations of sea turtles who have been completely wiped out because people decided they wanted to eat all of their eggs, or sometimes even eat the mother turtles and they come up onto onto the nesting beaches. It's kind of horrific. It's a serious problem. Yeah. And science says, I'd love to know the genetic mechanism of that massive growth. Valent, I was going to send you a message about this at some point. There's a geneticist who works on leatherbacks. Peter Dutton. I would love to interview him, but I'm not a geneticist. I don't know what questions to ask necessarily. Would you be interested in doing like a joint stream there? Where we both talk to him? Because I think that could be really cool. Gonna do a tag team interview. You extracted DNA. Well, you love that? Let's see about doing that sometime soon. I think that would be really cool. Full stream front page that would be awesome. Hey, I'd be all for that. Let's talk, Valent. Yeah, let's talk. Anyway, back to this. I got to finish out this documentary here. Yeah.
Our goal, of course, is to make sure that as many hatchlings as possible get into the Gulf.
Before we leave, Eve's keen to show me another miniaturized reptile that shares this beach.
This is a gopher tortoise.
Oh.
And unfortunately for the gopher tortoise, people sometimes mistake this as a sea turtle, and they'll put the little guy in the water. Look at the difference. Claws
Flippers.
and flippers. Sea turtles have very strong flippers so that they can swim very fast, very deep.
Yeah.
Gopher tortoises, on the other hand, don't like water.
Nope,
They
they're
live on the
terrestrial.
land, and when people mistake them for sea turtles and put them in the Gulf, they can drown because they're not swimmers, they're crawlers.
Yeah. So again, this seems obvious to you or me, chat, but some people need to be told this, you know? This is not an adult. This is a baby here, I think. Gopher tortoises get significantly larger than this. Yeah. Yeah, they can get much bigger. Yeah, but they are, excellent burrowers, Mayor Space. They are partly fossorial. They dig burrows that lots of other animals use to survive things like forest fires. It's really cool what gopher tortoises can do.
So what we're going to be doing is checking out the underground habitat of a gopher tortoise burrow. And to do that, we have a camera right here, and we're going to get this camera down into the burrow. Can plug us right in.
Okay.
You're all good, Starmy. No worries.
Oh, well,
a lot of people don't realize that these animals are excellent
cool.
burrowers.
A window into a whole different world here.
Tortoise burrows are pretty impressive structures. Sometimes these burrows are linear, where they're a straight shot down and the tortoise can find somewhere happy to make that end chamber. Other times there are corkscrews and lots of twists and turns in this underground environment. I'd estimate that we're about 35 to 40 feet.
Wow.
So that's going to be, what, about approaching 13 meters there underground?
Inside the earth right now.
It's incredible.
And as we get to the end,
there he
check
is.
that out.
Oh my gosh.
Your tortoise at the end of the burrow.
At the very end. It's amazing to think that such a small animal has dug such a deep hole.
Over 300 animals and insects can use a tortoise burrow during parts of their.
So they are like a keystone species. They are ecosystem engineers. And if there's like a fire that tears through this environment, everybody comes knocking at this tortoise's door. They're all like, hey, let me hang out here until the flames pass. So having gopher tortoises in this environment, making sure that they can survive and thrive there, can help ensure that lots of species can survive a disaster like a fire.
Their life. During my time scoping, I've seen things like skunks, different birds, plenty of eastern diamondback rattlesnakes. You know, the list can go on and on.
Really, really cool. And again, this is in Florida. Florida, I think, has the most turtle species of any U.S. state. Maybe... maybe not, actually. Alabama and Mississippi might have Florida beat, because they've got a lot of freshwater turtles. Anyway, let's get back to here. So there's, I think, a baby gopher tortoise, and then a baby... I'm gonna guess this is like a Ridley?
There's an important evolutionary conundrum about turtles and tortoises.
Well, tortoises are a kind of turtle.
Did the turtle walk onto land to become the tortoise? Or did the
And Henny says, are turtles older than dinosaurs? Not quite. No. At least the origins of dinosaurs are slightly hazy. We don't know exactly how old the oldest dinosaurs are, how far back they go in time. Probably around 240 million years. Could be a few million years older than that. Dinosaurs first evolved in the Triassic period, and so did turtles. But turtles are probably slightly after the origin of the dinosaurs. But it depends kind of on what we call a turtle. Linear time here. Here we go. So dinosaurs first evolved in the Triassic, probably the latter part of the middle Triassic. Maybe Ladinian stage, about 240, something like that. Although we're not 100% sure. Turtles are probably slightly younger. But it depends what you call a turtle and what you don't. So like, as Odontocheles, who we were talking about earlier, is this animal actually a true turtle or not? It's often called a stem turtle, so it might be like great-great-uncle of the first turtles. It might not actually be on the direct line leading the modern turtles, but we're still trying to kind of figure that out. But Odontocheles is from... There's also Eunotosaurus. Yeah, 220 million years. So what's that, like Carnian stage? No, Norian stage of the Triassic. So yeah. The oldest, like, indisputable turtles are even younger than this. But yeah. Anyway, Eunotosaurus here is from the Permian, which is from before the dinosaurs. But this critter is usually not considered a turtle, like a full-on turtle. It might be in the general vicinity, like it's closely related to the ancestor of all the turtles, but it doesn't seem to be a turtle itself, if that makes sense. Anyway, this guy is from well before the dinosaurs. But yeah, does that make sense? I hope it does. Anyhow, let's continue. Looks like it ate a turtle's diet. I mean, kind of, yeah.
Swim into the sea.
And is there a definition attached to species? Like, is there a definition of turtle? Oh, those are two different questions, Starmy. So species are easier to define. So here, we'll jump to turtles on our tree of life. Polonia. There we go. Pistudenese. Yeah. This is... I could talk about this literally all day, and I have before. But in science, we classify living things based on their ancestry, what they evolved from, and what they give rise to. So it's like a big family tree. Turtles, as we know them today, all had a common ancestor at some point. They all evolved from the same ancestor species at some point. We just don't know exactly when or where. And we do things like looking at DNA, and especially looking at fossils to figure out the origins of groups like this. So in order for something to be the first turtle, it has to have been the critter that all of these guys evolved from. So like, you can trace their family tree back to one species. That would be the first turtle, as the one that gave rise to all of these guys. And we don't know what that is yet at this point. Things like Eunotosaurus and Odontocheles, like I was showing you earlier, that's not going to be the ancestor of all the turtles. Probably not. But it's probably close to it, you know? So yeah. Does that make sense? Anyway, we really got to continue with this because I want to finish this today. Let's keep going. We can talk more about turtle origins and stuff. Maybe tomorrow if you really want to. We could certainly cover that because there's some fascinating stuff there. But I don't want to get too focused on that at the moment.
To become the turtle.
It's a very surprising fact that modern land tortoises are not descended directly from the ancient land tortoises. Instead, modern land tortoises are descended...
Wait, what? Of course they are. What is he... How does Dawkins keep getting these things this wrong? Yes, tortoises are descended from earlier tortoises. What is he talking about? What?
Descended from sea turtles.
What? This is completely wrong. What is he talking about? Tortoises did not evolve from sea turtles. I don't think this was even an idea that was introduced in the literature at some point or anything. Like, I think this is just... I think he's just confused. And I don't even think this is like a... People in England use the wrong names for members of the group Testudines. I don't think this is even that. I think he's genuinely just confused. Again, we'll go back to turtles here. So here's turtles. They all share a common ancestor at some point. Sea turtles are over here. They're part of Cryptodira. There's the sea turtles. They all come from one ancestor sometime in the Cretaceous at some point. Tortoises are way over here. Tortoises did not evolve from sea turtles. There's tortoises there. I don't... Sorry I'm worked up about this, but, like, it's... He says this so confidently, and like, oh, it's... People would be surprised to learn. Yeah, they'd be surprised to learn because it's not true. Frustrating, you know? Sea turtles evolved from a terrestrial turtle ancestor. And then tortoises also evolved from a terrestrial turtle ancestor much later. They did not come from sea turtles. See, I was surprised to learn an incorrect thing just now, Died Thumbs. Exactly.
Tortoises are not descended directly from the ancient land tortoises. Instead, modern land tortoises are descended from sea turtles.
That's not true. That's completely false. And I don't think it was ever even... I feel like he's just making this up. I don't get it, you know?
What happened was that the ancient land tortoises went to the sea, like whales and like manatees.
No, they didn't. Tortoises are not the ancestors of sea turtles.
And gave rise to the turtles. And then some of the sea turtles came out of the sea and gave rise to modern land tortoises.
This is completely false. I don't understand it. Rushwing says he's AI before AI. I mean... Melancholy says, look at the comments on the video and see if others have caught this. It's a good idea, actually. I'm not surprised. Of course, you've got good ideas coming from you, Melancholy. Thank you, thank you. 6 comments. No, nobody mentions that. Okay, you can take a look yourself if you'd like. Yeah. And Totally B Alex says, surely he's misunderstanding how evolutionary trees work? That might be part of it. I don't know. I've also heard other things that Dawkins has said that's just like, where in the world did you get that? Like, clearly he's misremembering something. It might be that mixed up with this weird English thing, you know, like British English thing about how, you know, tortoises are different from, well, I guess in like British English, turtle only refers to sea turtles. All other turtles are not considered turtles if you're in England, which doesn't make any sense, but it's a thing when, here. Wikipedia, naming and etymology. Yeah, in Britain, the name is used for sea turtles as opposed to freshwater terrapins and land-dwelling tortoises, which of course is incorrect. It's not based on phylogeny, it's not based on anything real, it's just like a weird thing. Maybe it's something to do with that. I don't know, but frustrating. Like, they put him front and center here in this documentary, and he's just spewing nonsense. Frustrating, you know?
Now we know this because if you look at the DNA of modern turtles and modern land tortoises, the modern land tortoises come from within a nested subgroup of sea turtles.
That's not true at all. I don't think this was ever true. Maybe I'm mistaken, and there is some publication that came out just prior to 2011, and then it was immediately falsified afterward, like contradicted by newer evidence or something. Maybe this is like a weird time capsule here where this was thought to be the case for like half a year or something, but I don't even think that's... I doubt that. I think he's just mistaken.
They're more closely related to some sea turtles than those sea turtles are to other sea turtles.
Yeah, that has never been true as far as I know. I think he's just mistaken. You know? Oh man, that's frustrating.
That leaves just one last...
That's an example of terrible science communication right there, because I don't know. I would drive myself crazy watching this multiple times, and I don't want to do that right now, but I also kind of feel like he maybe misspoke in a couple places too, and he's contradicting himself. I don't know. I'm gonna have to look at this later. Like pour myself a glass of wine and just like, okay, let's dive into it. But
mystery to solve.
Jeanette, the leatherback soup bowl is now empty. Are we now close to being able to tell the story of how this amazing shell evolved?
Oh yes, you can see it pretty clearly now. Here's the vertebral column.
So that's the back. That's the backbone.
That's the backbone, and they're individual vertebrae. It's just like you and I do, except they don't bend much. And there are the ribs. This whole shell is a modified
How cool
rib cage.
is that?
Very cool.
So it's like almost an armor growing around it to produce a shell on the outside that protects everything on the
That's how they
inside.
work?
Whereas we've got the rib cage protecting the delicate organs, but from a skeleton point of view, our shoulder blades and everything are on the outside of that. So we're just kind of the opposite.
We're the opposite.
Turtles and tortoises are not the only vertebrates to have developed armor plating, but there's a real puzzle as to how they managed to do it. Because unlike, say, armadillos, turtles and tortoises have developed the shell from the ribs, and since it completely encloses them, there's a puzzle as to how they managed to get the armor plating outside the arms and legs.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, is like, how do you put your ribs around your pelvis and your shoulder girdle, you know? No other animal does that, to my knowledge.
The answer lies in the peculiar way the bones develop.
Yep.
In most animals, including humans, the ribs grow by bending and tucking inside the shoulder blade.
So this is not how turtles do it. It's funny that they're doing this, because this is not how they do it, but they're demonstrating this is how it works in people.
But in turtles, the shoulder blades are pushed further inside the body, allowing the ribs to grow around them. Meanwhile, the belly bones develop below. So that's how the arms and legs end up inside the shell.
Pretty cool. And there's an old like creationist canard about this, where it's like, well, you know, sea turtles, turtles in general, they show that evolution can't be real, because how do you develop ribs that go over your shoulder blades? It's impossible. It's not impossible. Like, lots of turtles do that. They've been doing it for 200 million years. It was kind of a puzzle to figure out how that works, but we've got a pretty decent understanding of it now, you know? So, yeah. And Totally Be Alex's belly bones has a nice ring to it. Yeah, a lot of dinosaurs had this too. Belly ribs, gastralia. And some modern animals do too, like lizards. Yeah. But you see this in, it's particularly evident in tyrannosaurs, like Sue right here, the famous T-Rex in Chicago. She has her gastralia preserved, like, displayed there. But it's like a basket of, well, belly ribs. Apparently they're not actual true ribs, in the sense that they don't have, like, the same developmental pathway during embryology as ribs. Instead, they're almost more like osteoderms or something like that, where they're bones that actually grow inside of the skin, rather than growing in the way that the rest of the bones do in the body. McRibs, there you go, Diatom's attack. It's funny that you say that, because McDonald's Corporation actually helped the Field Museum buy this specimen, Sue. It was McDonald's and Disney back in the day who teamed up. Anyhow, a museum, Disney, and McDonald's walk into an auction to buy a dinosaur. What happens next? Read about Sue, the world's most complete Tyrannosaurus, to find out. Anyhow, we could talk about that another time. It is interesting. But I want to continue with our leatherback documentary for now. We're almost done. Yeah. And it is like a floating bone, H. Motokai, kind of like your patella, your kneecap. And I think the kneecap might actually have a different, like, embryological development scheme from the rest of our bones. What is it called again? There's a name for this. Yeah. Sesamoid bone. There we go. A bone embedded within a tendon or a muscle.
Ontogeny.
Yeah. So yeah, it does develop during ontogeny, for whoever said that. You're correct. Yeah. Anyhow, cool stuff. Thank you, Hennies. Yeah, sesamoid bone. Here's a link. Oh, Charlie's Dragon already posted it. Thank you, Charlie's Dragon. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's continue here.
Hard-shell turtles, the ribs expand and fuse to form a solid bone box. But in the leatherback, the ribs remain unconnected and are covered in a soft, leathery skin.
So again, I want to emphasize that this is one of these key things that makes leatherbacks different. So here is the shell, the carapace of a different kind of turtle, different kind of sea turtle, what we would call a coloniid turtle. This is one of the hard shells. I'm guessing this is probably a hawksbill, given the, like, spiny fringes, like oh shoot, what's that term? You also get it with leaves. Like, I guess you could call them serrations.
Used to form a solid bone box.
Yeah.
But in the leatherback, the ribs remain unconnected and are covered in a soft, leathery skin.
It's not hard-shelled, but it's a firm shell, and it's a flexible shell.
So there's enough movement. It's like you've got the ribs, but with gaps in it enough to allow some movement, so that it can compress when it dives without cracking.
Exactly, and you can see, I can move this a little bit.
Henny's asked, is the soft shell allow for deeper diving? Bingo, that's what it's all about. Yeah.
And nothing's going crack pop.
This armoured shield is one of evolution's greatest riddles. But like every great riddle, there's one final twist.
Given that we think sea turtles evolved from land tortoises that had shells, it's rather puzzling that there's one marine fossil called Odontocheilus, lived about 220 million years ago, that seems to have half a shell. It's got a shell on the lower part of the body, but not on the back of the body.
Yeah.
Maybe it was guarding against predators that swooped from beneath or something of that sort.
Maybe also it did have a hard shell on top, but it was entirely keratin or something like that. It hadn't yet had developed, bone that would be preserved in a fossil. I don't know.
Nevertheless, it is a puzzle.
And do we doubt him in general? Oh, well, Claire, I mean, it's not... Dawkins has published good stuff, but he's... I don't know. He seems out of his league here.
Where does it fit in the evolution of turtles? Did it perhaps evolve from an ancestor that had 2 shells and lose the top half of the shell? Or what happened? We don't know.
With the Nontacheles, yeah. That's true.
This is an extraordinary evolutionary story, isn't it? And a brilliant adaptation to where these guys live. But the sad fact is you can have 230 million years of evolution, but if your anatomy comes into contact with a spinning propeller, you don't stand a chance.
Absolutely. Yeah, the carapace is a great design for protecting the turtle, but up against a speedboat, it really doesn't offer that much protection, and we need to do what we can to protect these animals.
In our final foray before leaving Florida, Joy and I join Simon to release the stragglers rescued earlier. Further up the coast, the hatchlings saved from the oil disaster are also being released. For these disorientated youngsters, which beach they'll try to return to as adults remains to be seen. But for those that make it back, they'll be the lucky winners of one of nature's toughest lotteries.
Swallowed by the sea.
Remarkable animal, you know? Just incredible. What a cool show. Inside Nature's Giants. Super neat. Well, there we go. Again, with any luck, we'll be interviewing Dr. Jeanette Wyneken a week from now. I need to confirm with her, but that's going to be a lot of fun. So now, all of you who've been watching, you've got some background information here. I hope it makes you appreciate these animals even more than you did before. They truly are astonishing. Just everything about leatherbacks is incredible. And now you're better equipped to ask some really good questions next week, too. So, oh man, I'm excited. Well, that said, it is... Lil Bob Pie says, this is my first time here, and I'm so glad I found this stream. I'm so glad you did, too. I hope you'll come back. Welcome, Lil Bob Pie. I appreciate the kind words. Yeah. Oh, man, I cannot wait until we can actually start seeing some of these animals in person this year. I'm building connections right now and reaching out and making contacts. I'm doing all those synonyms. I'm excited to get involved with these incredible creatures, and I'd like to bring you along for the ride. You can appreciate them too, and drum up more support. Anyway, that said, let's go ahead and wrap things up for today. Here we go. I will put an Archaeopteryx under our credits here. There we go. Let's find somebody else to raid into who's doing some science here on Twitch. So don't go away just yet. Let's see if we can pass the science level along to... Let's see here. Shark Geek is on right now. Oh, cool. So we're going to continue with our ocean conservation. Go see what Shark Geek is up to. Excellent. Thank you, everybody being named in our credits. From raiders and new followers to those subscribers and gifters and cheerers, the folks who make these streams possible. Through through their financial contributions. I could not do this without people funding. This is how I make my living, and I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity. That's thanks to those supporters. Appreciate you more than you know. Likewise to our brave and stalwart moderators who show up day after day and make sure that this remains a safe and welcoming community for anybody who wants to come learn about natural history, be it dinosaurs or leatherback turtles. Appreciate you more than you know. Tomorrow is Thursday Birds Day. We're talking about birds and how they evolved from dinosaurs tomorrow. And we'll probably talk about leatherbacks a bit too, along with whatever else you happen to be curious about. We might cover some fossil news. We'll see what happens. It's gonna be cool, but I hope to see you then. 1 p.m. California time. Till then, everybody, you take care of yourselves, and let's go see what Shark Geek is up to. All right, let's do it.